tercümeyi duyabiliyoruz değil mi?
Bizim sesimiz geliyor mu size?
Gayet iyi geliyoruz Bey. Teşekkürler.
Biz teşekkür ederiz. Sağ olun.
Okey.
Başkanım, bakanım, siz de duyabildiniz değil mi Türkçe tercümeyi?
Evet, duyuyoruz.
Teşekkür ederim.
Hepsi Afrikalı falan, öyle mi? Evet, doğru değil. 81 ülkeden Afrikalı iş insanı. Öyle mi? Hepsi Afrikalı mı katılımcılar?
81 ülkede.
81 ülkede.
81 ülke, başka bizi dinleyen başka ülkelerden katılanlar da var.
Burada Türk ve Afrikalı iş insanı yazmışlar ama 81 ülke yazmışlar. Ondan ben de şaşırdım. Yani hepsi Afrikalı değil.
Zaten topu 54 tane
İşte, 81 ülkede dağılan Afrikalı iş insanları diye yapıyorlar.
bilir.
Doğru bir yorum Sayın Bakanım, sizin yaptığınız doğru. Haklısınız.
Evet.
No, I'm not mute.
Hacı Bey menü ekranı görüyoruz ama ekranda. Bir menü ekranı yansıyor şu anda ekranınıza. Televizyondan geliyor olabilir.
Normal kontrol edip dönüş yapıyoruz.
Tamam, sağ ol.
Biz Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın ekranında hala bir ekran görüntüsü görüyoruz arkadaşlar.
Bir ayarlama yapıyorlar başkanım. Bitince kalkacak.
Ben başlayacağım. Bade. Duyabiliyorum. İngilizceden çıkıyorum. Çıkayım mı?
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız teşrif ediyor.
President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan is entering the room.
konuşmacımız Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
Distinguished guests, President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, has joined the opening session of Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Forum. Welcome, Mr. Erdoğan. Thank you. Thank you very much.
1,5 dakika beklemenizi rica edeceğim.
Teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım. Teşriflerinizle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have honored this meeting and organization. Mr. President, I would like to thank you. You have honored the business world that we have here with us.
Buyurun. Ardından zannediyorum
You're more than welcome, says the president. And probably Mr. Victor will take the floor, and then Ms. Pekcan will speak. We're listening to you right now. Esteemed President, distinguished guests, Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Forum is taking place for the first time on the online platform in partnership with the relevant ministries of Turkey and Africa. And we are very honored to be organizing this forum at DEİK, Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey. But we have simultaneous interpretation throughout the meeting in English and French. In order to hear the meeting in Turkish, you need to pick Japanese, but we have 4 language pairs: Turkish, French, English, and Arabic. Esteemed President, distinguished guests, Trade Ministry of Turkey launched the TABEF Forum for the first time in 2016. The second edition was held in 2018 in October. And our plan was to organize the third edition of the forum during these dates in Istanbul. But due to the COVID pandemic, it had to be postponed. This summit currently is being hosted by the Trade Ministry and African Union, and the hope is to organize the real forum in Istanbul in April 2021, and an agreement has been reached to this end. This online forum is now being attended by a lot of ministers from Africa. We have senior managers and executives from regional organizations. We have representatives and participants from numerous companies as well. Africa Business Councils, we have 45 business councils at DEİK with Africa. So in a way, DEİK is the voice of Africa for the Turkish business world. And we are going to start this forum with the opening remarks, and the floor belongs to Nail Olpak, President of DEİK. Thank you very much, Mr. Göktuğ. President Erdoğan, Trade Minister Rusar Pekcan, Victor Harrison, Commissioner for the Economic Affairs of the African Union, esteemed ambassadors, trade counselors, representatives of the Turkish and African business world, ladies and gentlemen. I am very excited to be organizing this forum on the online platform, and I would like to greet each and every one of you on behalf of DEİK. I wish you healthy days. Well, currently we are going to host speakers from 50 countries in this forum, and our plan is to come and meet face-to-face in person in April 2021. But we have other firsts with this forum. First of all, we have developed an e-commerce platform, and thousands of Turkish and African business persons are having the opportunity to do business on this platform. And African women entrepreneurs and bold Turkish women entrepreneurs with presence in Africa will exchange information together. They will develop solutions for more female representation in the business world, and they will boost partnerships in this regard. This is why we are organizing Turkey-Africa Women's Leadership Dialogue Platform tomorrow. Mr. President, on the side of the business world, we have activities under the umbrella of Africa-Turkey Business Councils. We have 45 business councils with Africa at DEİK, and we trust and believe in Africa. This is the greatest indicator of that. We pursue the African Union 2063 vision, and we are also following the objectives of industrialization, added value production, and other objectives to transform Africa into the global power of future. In this regard, I would like to point your attention to a few issues which I believe will foster our relations with Africa even further. African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement will be implemented in January 2021. This agreement will boost trade by 50% within 4 years in the continent. This is quite important. DEİK, in this regard, partners with the Ministry of Trade in Turkey and Istanbul Trade University to analyze this agreement's impact on Turkey-Africa economic relations, and therefore we have drawn up a comprehensive report. IT technologies currently are used more in healthcare, transport, engineering, and architectural sectors, and our aim is to foster our ties in these areas. Our greatest asset is the youth who studied in Turkey and embarked upon their professional lives in their respective countries. And we would like to help the youth provide more benefits to their respective countries and Turkey. This is why we decided to work more closely with the Turks Abroad Institution, YTB. We will extend support to the youth, and we would like to thank the president of YTB for their contributions. We would like to foster trade and investment relations with Africa, and the Ministry of Trade is placing great emphasis on the establishment of bilateral representative offices between African Union and DEİK. One of the most important challenges that the Turkish private sector faces in Africa is the financing of their activities in Africa. Exim Bank is striving to provide the necessary support, but we are inviting other banks as well. Trade Ministry is also striving to establish logistics centers in various countries in Africa, and I believe that these kinds of logistics centers are quite important in a period where we talk about supply chains a lot. DEİK currently boasts 146 business councils, and it has adopted the mindset of trade diplomacy. Now that we have more exchange of information and interaction, I am inviting our African friends and allies to be utilizing DEİK's global network more. I would like to conclude my remarks with an African proverb. Unless lions write their own stories, they will have to listen to the hunter's stories, as our African friends say. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank our President Erdogan, Rusar Pekcan, Minister of Trade, Ms. Victor Harrison, and I would also like to thank all the panelists and participants and contributors to this event. We would like to thank Mr. Olpak for his remarks. Mr. President, distinguished guests, now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Victor Harrison, Commissioner for the Economic Affairs of the African Union. The floor is yours, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, Her Excellency Ruslar Pekan, Minister of Trade of the Republic of Turkey, Excellencies Ministers, Honorable Mr. Nail Olpak, President of the Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey, DEİK, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, I welcome you to this Africa-Turkey virtual business forum. It's a great pleasure to see you all safe and well. Then I would like to express my sincere thanks to His Excellency, President of the Republic of Turkey, who honors us with his participation today. My sincere thanks to the government of Turkey for its engagement in this event and to all organizers of this forum, including Her Excellency Ambassador of Republic of Turkey in Ethiopia and the commercial consulars of the Republic of Turkey in Ethiopia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as of October 5, 2020, Africa has recorded more than 1.5 million cumulative cases of coronavirus, including more than 1.2 million cumulative recoveries and more than 36,000 cumulative deaths. As in the rest of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused considerable socio-economic impacts in Africa. If before COVID-19, Africa's average GDP growth forecast for 2020 was 3.4%, the report produced by the African Union Commission Department of Economic Affairs predicts Africa's economic recession between minus 4.9% and minus 2.1% for this year. Indeed, the pandemic has had a negative impact on key sectors of the economy, such as tourism, travel, hospitality, transport services, manufacturing industries, agriculture, mining, and export, with this disruption in the supply of food and energy, a significant drop in commodity prices for more than 67% of African exports, the depreciation of exchange on import prices, a decrease in government resources to finance public investment, and direct and indirect impacts on employment. The pandemic has also resulted in sudden increase in the inflation rate of many countries by more than 5% in the first quarter of 2020. In addition, African governments have encouraged unforeseen spending, especially in the health sector, to contain the spread of COVID-19 virus and limit the economic impact. Regardless of the scenario, whether optimistic or pessimistic, COVID-19 will have a harmful socio-economic effect on Africa, but the continent can use this as a window of opportunity to build more resilient and sustainable economies through strengthened policies that promote growth. For the path towards economic recovery, it's evident that African leaders have taken certain short-term health and macroeconomic measures as an immediate response to contain the pandemic and limit its negative impact on their economies. Regarding a post-pandemic smooth economic recovery, Africa needs to increase its share of exports of manufactured goods, increase intra-African trade, and significantly reduce imports of processed goods and services. In this regard, the economic recovery plan proposed by the African Union Commission includes priority actions such as revamping agricultural sector, protecting the environment, implementing measures to mitigate the impact of climate change, and exploiting the enormous natural resources and blue economy enjoyed by the continent. The plan also suggests to focus on an infrastructure and energy, productive transformation, and industrialization policies by building stronger industrial linkage and developing local private sector capacity to transform raw material on the continent, as well as an operational strategy to leverage digitalization and strengthen quality education and TVT system within the IFCFTA framework. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the new economic order calls for the contribution of all the living forces of the continent, in particular, the young and dynamic population, women, local financial institutions, the African private sector through the establishment of PPP, improving African business climate and governance that ensures equality of citizens and the confidence of partners and investors is also
Şu anda dijital ortamda video konferansımız devam ediyor.
This is a digital video conference. Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for your remarks. Let's continue, Mr. President, if you allow us. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Rusar Pekcan, Minister of Trade. Your Excellencies, esteemed ministers of participating countries, Mr. Harrison, and ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering in this Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Virtual Forum. And now that I am with many friends from many countries, I'm very happy. And I'd like to greet each and every one of you. We are placing great emphasis on improving our trade and economic relations with African countries. And since 2016, we've been organizing economic and business forums in this regard. This is the third edition of our forum, and due to the measures around the pandemic, we are organizing this forum online. Currently, we are facing the most trying and challenging times in recent history. And in such a difficult period, consultations over international economic cooperation and evaluation of trade and investment relations between countries are quite relevant and beneficial. In this forum, we will mostly focus on the business and investment environment in the post-COVID period. Well, actually, we will have a conferences of ministers entitled Partners in Resilience in the Post-Pandemic World, and we will have the chance to discuss many topics that revolve around it. And I can see happily that the number of participants is quite high. Currently, we have participants from 81 countries, 46 from Africa. So the number of participants is over 2,000. We have 22 ministers, 4 vice ministers, and senior bureaucrats. We have also the representatives of regional organizations, 5 of them, as Nail Olpak mentioned. And we will be hosting around 50 international speakers in this forum in different panels. On that occasion, I would like to see that we both derive fruitful results from this forum. Turkey has always advocated a righteous, free, and multilateral global trade system based on rules and fair competition on each and every platform, and we will continue to do so. Well, currently, Africa-Turkey Economic and Business Forum is being honored by His Excellencies Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, and this fact is actually a great indicator of the importance he attributes to our relations. Turkey has always advocated the rights of the least developed countries and other developing countries alongside its own trade interests and rights. And Turkey has always maintained this position and stance, both at World Trade Organization and G20, as well as other multilateral international platforms. Turkey believes that the needs and requirements of all countries should be taken into account in global trade activities. And Turkey also focuses on mutual benefits, mutual gains, and win-win principle in our economic relations between us and Africa. Turkey doesn't believe that the trade with Turkey and Africa is confined to a simple transaction of goods and services. We have a holistic approach to the trade activities we have in the continent, Turkish investments we have in the continent, and the construction projects that we have in the contract. And we pay attention to the economic contribution of all these operations in Africa. So we want our trade and investment relations to contribute to the economic development in Africa, and we want our relations to be sustainable. So in a way, our relations, trade relations with Africa aren't based on competition. They are basically the example of true economic cooperation. Our trade volume with Africa went up by 7%, reaching 26.2 billion USD. And in the first 6 months this year, we have reached a trade volume totaling 18.2 billion USD. In 2001, Turkey's share in African imports was only 1%, and today it stands at 3%. Looking at the investments, Turkish investments total 6 billion USD on the continent, African continent. Our contractors have always undertaken successful and prestigious projects all around the world, and currently they have completed 1,500 projects totaling 70 billion USD on Africa. Currently, we have embassies in 42 countries and trade offices in 26 countries in Africa. It was thanks to the support and contributions of our president that all the necessary appointments have been made in these trade offices. And the number of our business councils has risen to 45 at DEİK, as Nail Olpak mentioned. So we believe that these activities and efforts will help us further deepen our bilateral trade and investment relations in the coming periods. This is why we will maintain our joint efforts with our friends in Africa. Today, we will have a conference of ministers, but at the same time, we will have different panels and discussions with the participation of various organizations and the representatives of the private sector. We will be discussing the pandemic and the difficulties it has caused. At the same time, we will be elaborating on the post-pandemic opportunities. We'll have consultations. We will be handling and tackling the trade and investment side of the possible cooperations in healthcare. And I believe that we will be discussing up-to-date and critical items of the agenda, like e-commerce. We will be talking about the implications of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We will have the chance to exchange experience and opinions in women's entrepreneurship. And I believe that all these themes and headings will help us derive beneficial results. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, before I conclude, I would like to point your attention to the rising position of Turkey in the global trade. Last year, there were protectionist measures all around the world, and many countries have suffered losses in their export volume. According to World Trade Organization, total exports dropped by 2.8%. Turkey maintained its dynamism, and it ranked the sixth country with the highest rise in exports. Again, according to the data of World Trade Organizations, Turkey has always increased its share in the world total exports, reaching 1% in 2019. And our share in global service exports have again risen to 1%. Well, despite the protectionist measures, we have remained resilient and dynamic in foreign trade. And even in the face of negative conditions of the pandemic, we are demonstrating the same performance. The second quarter was severely hit in terms of exports due to the pandemic, but we have increased our performance by 34% in the third quarter. Well, despite the significant contraction in many export markets, the first 9 months revealed that we have made an exports totaling over 100 billion USD. According to OECD's latest report, Turkey follows China and South Korea with the smallest economic contraction. All these values and other key and leading indicators also show that Turkey will be among the countries that will enjoy one of the most rapid recoveries in the post-pandemic period. So together with our African friends, we will be seeking the answer for a question, why Turkey? Actually, the answer is simple here, because Turkey has great industrial infrastructure, human resources, geostrategic position, but at the same time, it determines its own targets. It remains persevering, strong, and stable. This is why it is one of the most dynamic actors of the global economy, and it has been cementing its position among the global value chains. Each each and every passing day. This is why Turkey and African relations are quite relevant. In the coming periods, we can establish new partnerships, we can pursue joint benefits, and we can discuss many economic opportunities together. I believe that this forum will be a firm step for us towards this direction. So with these sentiments and thoughts, I would also like to remind you of B2B meetings and one-on-one exchanges between the business people of Turkey and Africa. So I would also like to thank and extend my gratitude to the African Union for their cooperation in this forum. I would like to thank all the participants from the public and private sectors from the both regions, and as soon as possible, our hope is to organize the TABEF in Turkey and in person. So I would like to, by the way, in advance, invite all the participants for next year's forum. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank Your Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan for your vision in terms of trade and economic relations between Turkey and Africa, and the enormous support you provided to us and business people. You have honored this meeting by joining us. Thank you very much. There are two types of proximities between Turkey and Africa. One is geographical proximity and closeness, which is a significant advantage when it comes to fostering our economic ties. But the second proximity and closeness is the closeness that we feel for one another in our hearts. And from this perspective, I believe that our economic ties will deepen in the future. I would like to thank everybody for your participation and attention, and I would like to greet you all once again. Thank you.
We would like to thank the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Turkey. President of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, is the honorary guest of our forum. And now we give the floor to His Excellency for his address. Distinguished ministers, distinguished representatives of regional organizations, esteemed business people, distinguished guests, I greet you all with most heartfelt feelings. I have the great pleasure of being with you on the occasion of Turkey-Africa Economy and Business Forum opening session. I also would like to congratulate the Ministry of Trade for this meeting, for organizing this meeting, and I wish that this may be an auspicious forum for our countries and for Turkey-Africa economic cooperation. I also would like to thank the African Union Secretariat and the Foreign Economic Relations Board, DEİK, for their support for organizing this event. As humanity, we're going through a really challenging and painful period. For a long period of time, our world has been fighting against hunger, famine, and instability. And the world is now fighting against the coronavirus pandemic. This pandemic, which has claimed the lives of more than 1 million people so far, is one of the biggest health crises of the last century. While the ones caused by the 2008 crisis in the global economy have not yet healed, the COVID-19 pandemic has dragged the whole world into new uncertainties. We see that the pandemic, to which even the developed countries were caught off guard, aggravates the burden on especially our friends in the African continent. The continent is experiencing serious losses due to both the deficiencies in the health infrastructure and a decrease in global trade and human mobility. During the period while the developed countries of the Western world were having mask wars, the people of Africa were unfortunately left alone to live their fate during the pandemic. The COVID-19 disease not only showed the distortions in the global system, but also deepened the inequalities caused by the structure of the system. To date, around 1.5 million of our African friends have been contracted, and we are deeply saddened by this fact. As the President of the Republic of Turkey, personally, and on behalf of my nation, I extend my condolences to our African brothers and sisters who lost their lives during this pandemic. The current reports of the World Health Organization demonstrate a decrease in the number of cases and casualties across the continent. This trend has been stable, has been continuing in this way for the past 7 weeks, and this is the greatest source of consolation for all of us. Such troubled times are critical thresholds testing friendships. In our culture, friends and true friendship are defined as follows. A good friend is the one who comes when called on a good day, and is the one who comes on a bad day without being called in. During the most problematic times of the coronavirus pandemic, while meeting needs of our citizens, we were also there to help our friends and brothers and sisters. We supported the debt service suspension initiative of the G20, of which we're a member, for the least developed countries that receive international development assistance. Without making any discrimination based on religion and language and race and color, we responded positively to the support calls of 154 different countries and 8 international organizations around the world. There are 46 African countries among the states to which we provide medical equipment and supply support. Made in Turkey respirators, masks, and overalls were sent to Africa to help Africa in the fight against the virus, and we're proud of that. With its robust health care infrastructure, quality health services, comprehensive social security system, and effective treatment protocols, Turkey has become one of the countries that cope with the pandemic in the most comfortable way. We further strengthened and enhanced our health system with the inclusion of 14 hospitals, 15,300 beds, and 10 additional service buildings in the healthcare sector in the last 7 months only. Regarding health tourism, the Turkish healthcare sector has become a shining star in terms of price and quality. Thousands of our brothers and sisters from African countries seek treatment in Turkey and in Turkish hospitals every year. Investments, technical support, medicine and medical supplies trade, and health tourism. This sector has got various dimensions as the ones I have just mentioned, so we can further enhance our cooperation in this field. The Africa-Turkey Health Partnerships platform to be established to achieve this can be instrumental, leading to comprehensive and lasting cooperation in this sector. We are ready to support any step to be taken to this end. Distinguished friends, while fighting against the pandemic, we cannot leave aside the socioeconomic realities. Sustaining economic life and trade is vital to minimize the effects of the pandemic. Without making any concessions on the health of our citizens, it's necessary to ensure that economic activities continue. The problems encountered in the supply chain also have negative repercussions on health, security, and social peace. As Turkey, we have developed balanced policies in line with our own priorities. Since we did not allow the economic life to come to a halt completely, we also encouraged our companies to continue production and trade. Turkish companies have displayed a truly admirable attitude in Turkey and abroad. Despite the logistical difficulties and quarantine measures, our companies in Africa continue to work in a devoted manner during the pandemic. In line with the steps taken to achieve normalization, the activities of our companies have also gained pace. Before the pandemic, Turkish Airlines used to fly to 40 countries and 60 destinations. Today, Turkish Airlines restarted its flights to 33 different destinations in 27 African countries. Our companies have been doing business in different fields, from energy, construction, from agriculture to white goods and food, and they have regained their previous dynamism. Today, the total value of projects undertaken by Turkish companies across Africa has reached approximately 70 billion US dollars. The market value of our investments across the continent has exceeded 6 billion US dollars. Our companies really undertake critical roles in overcoming the infrastructure and superstructure deficiencies of Africa. Turkish companies, from technology transfer to sharing know-how and experience, from capacity building to joint ventures, apply a unique model. In the countries where Turkish companies are present, Turkish companies are the ones that contribute the most to local employment and production. Turkish investors meet most of their labor needs locally. So they did not make the mistake of importing workers to the continent like many foreign companies did. More than 100,000 African workers were employed thanks to the Turkish investors. When we paid visits to Africa, our counterparts expressed their satisfaction based on not only the quality offered by Turkish investors, but also based on their exemplary work ethics, their dedication to their commitments, and their unique contribution to local production. African leaders that we have hosted in our countries so far have always praised Turkish companies. And especially Turkish contractors do have a different fame throughout the whole continent of Africa. Turkish contractors have always completed the projects that they have undertaken, never left them incomplete. And unlike the foreign companies that left the projects incomplete, we completed all of the projects within a record period of time. The Dakar Bilez Diyan International Airport, which was opened 3 years ago, is the best example. A foreign company did not complete the construction for 8 years, but Turkish contractors completed this construction in only 8 months and offered it to the service of our brothers and sisters in Senegal. The Dakar Bilez Diyan International Airport is one of the most modern airports in Africa. In addition to construction, sectors such as infrastructure, housing, agriculture, transport, and energy are of critical importance for the further development of the continent. Production sector is another field where Turkey is strong and where the continent needs help. We offer a serious potential in mass housing. In the last 18 years, TOKİ, the Mass Housing Development Administration, produced 900,000 new housing units and offered it to the people of Africa. The defense industry has been signing under great achievements in the past years. In the last 18 years, with the projects realized, we decreased import dependency from 70% to 30% in the defense sector. The number of companies increased from 56 to 1,500, and the turnover of the defense sector increased from $1 million to 11 billion US dollars. The share of Turkish defense industry companies in the world market has been sharing and has got a stronger say and strength in the market today. in the top 100 defense companies list worldwide, Turkey is represented with 7 companies. We're among the first 3 or 4 countries in the world in the production of UAVs, armed UAVs, and attack UAVs. I believe that we can further deepen our cooperation through these sectors. Distinguished participants, Nelson Mandela, one of the greatest statesmen of Africa, summarizes his 27 years leading to freedom like this. Madiba says, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. This is true not only for daily life, but also true for business life, for politics, for economy, and for international relations. In 2003, when we took the first steps in line with the Africa strategy and opening up to Africa, we were criticized seriously in Turkey and abroad. Despite our shared history of more than 1,000 years, Turkey and Africa seemed to be too far away from one another. There were many artificial obstacles built between countries, and prejudices prevailed. Truth. We first started with overcoming these prejudices. We built bridges of heart between Turkey and the people of Africa. In order for our African friends, brothers and sisters to get to know our country better, we carried out projects to discover the potential that Turkey offers. We have never seen the countries of the continent only as a market for Turkish products. So we fought to further enhance our cooperation in every field based on the win-win and equal partnership principle. Think tanks, NGOs, universities, business people who knew the continent well. We benefited from their know-how and experience. Thank God we were able to climb many, many hills that seemed to be impossible to climb over the period of time, and we have overcome many challenges. We increased the number of our embassies from 12 to 42 and trade attaches to 26. The number of embassies representing Africa in Ankara increased from 10 to 36. In addition to our diplomatic missions, TİKA, Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, Yunus Emre Institute, the Marif Foundation, the Anadolu Agency, Turkish Airlines helped to increase and spread our presence on the continent. We held 2 summits, the first one being in Istanbul in 2008 and the second one in 2014 in Malabo. So we held 2 Turkey-Africa Partnership Summits. While I served during my term as the Prime Minister and President of Turkey, I paid visits to 28 African countries. In 2011, I was the first leader to pay a visit to Somalia, to the country to which many countries turned blind eyes to the human tragedy. In order to further strengthen our contractual infrastructure, we signed trade and economic cooperation agreement with 47 countries and a reciprocal promotion and protection of investments agreement with 30 countries. And we also signed the prevention of double taxation agreement with 13 countries and free trade agreement with 5 African countries. Based on all of these efforts, our trade volume, which was $5.4 billion with Africa in 2003, reached $26.2 billion in 2019. Our exports was only in 2003 $2.1 billion, but reached $16.6 billion as of 2019. We should never let the problems caused by the pandemic to decrease the momentum achieved in our relations. Our trade volume, which reached $26.2 billion as of end of 2016, should reach $50 billion US dollars in the upcoming few years. Distinguished friends, despite having achieved the greatest achievements of our history, we still do not see, we're still not satisfied or content with our position for the time being. We are always fighting and working hard to reach the better. And I would like to express it very clearly. Turkey and Africa have been enjoying thousands years old ancient bonds, and we share the same fate. The very essence of our relations with Africa is based on sincerity, brotherhood, and solidarity. We're never, ever after short-term interests. We would like to win together, succeed together, and walk together. We do not approve any intentions to sustain previous colonial habits of the past through new methods. As a country with no colonial stain in its past, we refuse any arrogant and bossy perspectives. Africa has got thousands of years of know-how and experience and virtue that goes beyond time. So it's a very important teacher for all of us. I believe that the whole humanity has a lot to learn from Mama Africa. As Turkey, as we further enhance our relations with the continent, we also benefit from the know-how of our African brothers and sisters. We're going to organize in Turkey next year the third Turkey-Africa Partnership Summit, and I believe that this summit will offer us a very important opportunity. Taking this opportunity, I would like to say that it will be a great honor for us to host the valuable leaders of the African countries and the the African Union Commission President. Before I conclude my words, I would like to touch upon a current issue which I'm sure all of my friends follow closely. Because of the attacks by Armenia on Azerbaijan, there are hot clashes taking place in Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh has been occupied by Armenia for the past nearly 30 years, and Nagorno-Karabakh is an Azerbaijani territory. Despite the clear resolutions and calls of the United Nations and the OSCE, Armenia has not withdrawn from these lands, and the Minsk group has so far shown no will to solve this problem. The solution to this problem, which has turned into a big problem, unsolvable problem for the past 30 years due to Armenia's uncompromising and spoiled attitude, is the end of occupation. Proposals legitimizing the occupation no longer have a chance to be implemented in the field. We see that Azerbaijan is very determined to liberate its lands. As Turkey, we support the rightful fight of Azerbaijan to regain all its territory. We call on all countries that defend justice and equity to support Azerbaijan. Our African friends, especially with respect to the Palestinian cause, have always reacted strongly against occupation. I believe that you will stand by Azerbaijan for the liberation of Nagorno-Karabakh from occupation. As I conclude my words with these thoughts, I wish that the Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Forum be an auspicious one. Despite the fact that this is an online edition, I extend my gratitude to all of the institutions that have brought us together, and I wish every success in their work. I extend my message of friendship and brotherhood to your countries and to your people, and I send my greetings from Anatolia to Africa. I greet you all with love and respect. Stay healthy.
Biz de zaten çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim.
And we would like to thank Your Excellency, the opening session of TABEF and SEER.
Hadi, zaman şimdi, birlikte hareket etme zamanı. 146 İş Konseyimle seninle iş yapmak istiyorum. Ben, gücünü üyelerinden alan iş platformuyum. Çünkü işimiz ticari diplomasi.
Since 1985, we have been pursuing business opportunities throughout the world by embracing this motto, more trade. Everything began with these two words. It was then that the Turkish private sector united to adopt a joint vision, and I was given my name. Well, who am I? I am a business platform that is empowered by my founding institutions, business councils, counterpart organizations, and members pursuing business opportunities all around the world, uniting all of my stakeholders. I am DEİK. DEİK has become the locomotive organization of our private sector. 2019, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Well, what do I do? Exports, imports, inward and outward investments, manufacturing, and so much more. I establish new bonds and relations through business forums, B2B meetings, roundtable meetings, conferences, panel discussions, and summits across the world. I have been vigorously striving to strengthen the dynamics of the economy, steering the world's wind of change, and enhancing interactions within the private sector. Hence, I generate major contributions to my members and to the private sector with the mission I carry. I reunite Turkish business people living all around the world under a common objective. With each passing day, people, countries, and even the continents come closer. The balances of international trade are rapidly changing, while the world economy is also being reshaped. I am not trying to keep pace with this change. I am steering this change because I consider trade not as an instrument of war, but as a tool of developing societies, glamorizing the world, and contributing to the advancement of technologies that preserve and protect nature. Therefore, I am Turkey's global horizon. I am carrying Turkey's strength to the world. Now it is time to act together. I want to make business with you through my 146 business councils. I am a business platform empowered by my members. Because our mission is business diplomacy.
recovery in the post-corona era Turkey-Africa partnership. The COVID-19 pandemic has substantially disrupted supply chain in many sectors, both in Turkey and in Africa. But I strongly believe that the post-corona era will be a recovery period for many sectors and a new challenge for many African countries on the path of being economically self-sufficient. We know that both sides, Turkey and Africa, have strong potentials for fostering economic development in the post-corona era. In this panel, we will explore the ways and strategies that will unlock these potentials. Let me first briefly touch on what we expect from this panel.
Sağ olun efendim.
First, we expect what will be the
Tam
needs
deli
of
profesör.
Africa
Delirmeye
in the
yakındım zaten.
post-corona era. Second, which sectors will have abilities to unlock the potentials in Turkey and Africa partnerships? And third, what are the panelists and their institutions' views and strategies to unlock the potentials? We have very distinguished guests from both sides, from Africa and from Turkey. Let me first briefly introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Dayan, Vice President of Finance and Corporate Services at ECOWAS, Bank for Investment and Development. Second, we have Mr. Ibrahim Sana, Director of Global Head, Advisor and Capital Markets at AFRİCA Bank. Third, we have Mr. Eren Kerekçi, Chief Private Sector and Blended Finance Investment Agriculture and Rural Finance Division, African Development Bank Group. Then we have two guests from Turkey, Mr. Enes Gültekin, Deputy Director General at Turkish Exim Bank, and Mr. Muzaffer Suat Utku, Executive Vice President of International Banking from Active Bank. As time is limited, and as we have 5 panelists, I kindly ask our panelists to strictly finish their presentations in 15 minutes. Unfortunately, during the panel, we are not going to have any questions. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Dayan. Mr. Dayan, from your perspective, what are the needs of Africa? How can we unlock the potential together as Turkey and Africa? And what are the critical sectors in which Turkish and African companies can form partnerships, can trade and invest in a win-win strategy? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Bonjour, Monsieur Mustafa, et bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Dr Mabouba, je suis le...
Hello to everyone.
Banque d'investissement et de développement de la CEDEAO.
Well, as the African Export-Import Bank, as you all know very well, together with the coronavirus, has had certain difficulties, and many people have been discussing about those bottlenecks and difficulties, but I do believe we should really be speaking about the opportunities. When we think about the strategic position of Turkey with regards to Africa, I can say that approximately 90% of the raw material in the agricultural sector is being imported from Africa. The industrial processing capacity of Turkey can create huge potentials between Africa and Turkey. For example, let's take cotton into consideration. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. These are the countries who are manufacturing the cotton products, but unfortunately, 90% of that product cannot be exported. Let's think about kaju. We are speaking about a product with the capacity of 850,000 tons. Niger and Guinea is actually producing those products, but unfortunately we are exporting them as the raw products. And this is the same thing for coffee and cacao. So there is a huge potential for the raw material export, but unfortunately, African countries can only export those products as raw material. That's why we have the golden opportunity for the African industry and also for the Turkish industry. The Turkish industry can support the manufacturing sector in Africa, especially in terms of raw material processing. Maybe I am speaking a little bit hectically, but What matters is not being able to do the same thing that everybody can do, but we should go beyond and we should act much more bravely. And I would like to address my counterpart on the Turkish Exim Bank. And I am sure that Mr. Ibrahim will support my idea as well, my opinion as well. The support coming from the development bank, both for the public sector and also for the private sector, will be quite essential in terms of establishing private partnerships. And we also have to take a look to the energy sector in terms of boosting the industrialization. Turkish Exim Bank and the Turkish banking sector representatives are with us. For example, we have our Turkish counterparts, and these people are holding very important positions in Turkey. So Africa is seeking for further partnerships. As you know, General de Gaulle has a saying, it is whether a friendship or the interests. So we should find this symbiosis. And this is actually a relationship which can be established based on mutual interests. During the term of COVID-19, we have seen that the African banking system has certain bottlenecks and deficits. For example, we have gaps in terms of our infrastructure in the Western Africa. For example, hospitals were lacking. And in the time of crisis, we have seen how important the Turkish know-how is, as it was the case for Ivory Coast. As it has been observed in the Suma in Dakar airport, we have once again realized how capable the Turkish industry is and what it can unleash as a potential. Healthcare sector, logistics sector is also important. So, in a nutshell, we can say that there is a huge potential in terms of Turkish and African partnership and cooperation. Of course, this is the opportunity side, but we should be able to materialize this opportunity. And once again, I would like to extend my hand to Mr. Enis, because we know that the European banks are much more cost-effective in terms of the loans. That's why Turkish Exim Bank should have a more functional correspondence with our Exim Bank so that they can provide us loans with more appealing interest rates. They can offer us loans with more appealing interest rates. Of course, there are certain difficulties and barriers, but we can overcome them. So if the Turkish industry, for example, settles for 20% rather than 25%, so they can actually come down to the levels of competitive prices. Well, Mr. Enes, we should set forth a platform in which such kind of a dialogue will be possible so that we can boost and promote the industrial sectors. I am certain that if we can gather private sector, Exim Bank, and CEADO Bank together, I do believe that we can find innovative solutions in the fields of deliveries, logistics, energy, and healthcare sector. And of course, once again, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this meeting, to this organization.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I
Zahid,
finished my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation again. Mr. Sana is our next presentation. He will talk about the impact assessment of COVID-19 on African economies, and then he will make a brief Turkey-Africa partnership, and he will talk about the road to recovery by answering the question of how to leverage Turkey-Africa partnerships. Mr. Sana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and grateful to the entire organization. Our bank, AFRİCA Bank, does extensive work within this partnership. And obviously, my good brother Mabuba Jan that just spoke has set the tone for all the gems in this partnership that needs to be unearthed and exploited. I just thought that, as you indicated in the agenda, that it'd be good to provide a context as to Africa post-COVID, then touch upon the history of the relationship and the progress between Turkey and Africa, and then see how exploiting that base to take the relationship to a new level and scale it up. But I think it's important to emphasize the point of COVID, as my brother Mabuba just made. COVID has come, and we need to think about post-COVID. But what is important to realize is that the continent as a whole, all 54, if you take the numbers, and if there was a championship, the continent would be the last in the class, which is absolutely not a bad thing. There's been some exemplary behavior, and the outcome and the numbers speak for themselves. What is important to retain is the fact that instead of having a health crisis, the continent has accelerated into an economic crisis. There was a health crisis that was expected, but all we got really to count immediately is the economic depression. So the predictions for the year were supposed to be 3% on average for many. And fundamentally, everything was slashed by 4. The average growth of the continent was slashed by 4. It's a very important data point to keep in mind, because that entire drop is a direct result of a health crisis that did not really manifest itself. Obviously, in terms of distinction, you can see that some countries are behaving better. Activities is continuing, but it is critical to view Africa in a dichotomy. You have countries that fundamentally are exporters, but the vast majority are net importers. And the vast majority are very low income countries. So when the lockdown came, what happened immediately is that that vast majority of countries that did not import, that did not export, were not able to export in general, seeing their day-to-day income, which came from activities inside the country, just halt, because everybody stayed at home, no more activities of trade inside the country, no more tourism, no more fiscal income. So that automatically have an incident in your P&L as a government and in terms of your treasury. The other type of countries in the continent which export, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's Egypt, whether it's South Africa, basically felt the impact of the trade retraction at the global level, where effectively nobody was trading with each other. China was no longer playing its eminent role in terms of trade, and any of our countries, including Turkey, that's been an eminent partner of the continent, the trade activity went into a halt. We've even been in transaction with Turkey, which basically took a freeze. So that general freeze did impact also the exporters. So the very few exporters no longer were counting on the usual proceed. So fundamentally, at the end of the day, countries have just revenues to come from. So without revenues, some really drastic incidents were to occur. Our bank, in light of this situation, really came to the fold. We probably have dispersed within the first 2 quarters of the year over $4 billion. In fact, that number is flirting with 5. And if you take our numbers for end of the the second quarter, and the new number is coming in soon for end of the quarter 3 of this year, our balance sheet has essentially gone from $14 billion, 14 and a half, to now almost $19 billion. So this happened really in the scope of 3 quarters, just to give you an idea of the amount of disbursement our institution had to attend to really try to mitigate the upcoming crisis. And what we typically do is we use that situation to work with local banks. But I think to segue into the Turkey and Africa relationship, what we'll say is we work a lot with Turkish banks. Obviously, my good brother Muzafer here is a good example of that partnership. This is a bank based in Turkey, and they have over 500 relationships across the continent, which is massive. You will deal with many Pan-African banks, they will not have that amount of relationship. So for us to have a partner like that, that is so deeply entrenched on the continent, it is massive, because our modus operandi is effectively to not displace local banks. So we need to find a partner on the ground or internationally that can pass on those dollars into the economies. So in Egypt, for instance, in Egypt alone, we've done over $2.5 billion. And that's been done between the government and banks inside the country. So to go back to the point of Turkey and Africa, lots of noise is being made around China and Africa, lots of noise about the EU and Africa, but the numbers regarding Turkey are just growing at a phenomenal pace. In fact, between 2006 and 2016, in a span of 10 years, the numbers went threefold. The actual size of the investments from Turkey right now is about 50 billion US dollars. Those numbers are slowly starting to compete with numbers like the US. And obviously you hear more noise from Western market than Turkey. But Turkey is doing the work without doing the noise. And that's what we respect about Turkey and their approach. As my brother Mabuba has pointed out, you can see the work that's been done in airports in our home country, Senegal. But the same group that he mentioned has done some work also in Rwanda. We've done some work with them where they rehabilitated the convention center. So whenever you see now pictures of Rwanda, there's this massive convention center with a globe. That was the work of a Turkish group, which we finance. And if you go across the continent, you're starting to see some airports, some stadiums. There's a basketball stadium I invite you to visit in Senegal, which competes with any basketball stadium you see in New York or in the US. It was built by a Turkish company. So that relationship that has a very solid base, which in terms of numbers doesn't need to be shy compared to the US, compared to the EU, compared to China, compared to India. They all emanate from Turkey. And lots of people are not aware that if you take the African continent as a whole, take all the local players, and the top 3 are basically Kenya Airways, first one, Ethiopian Airways, second, Kenya Airways, then you get South African Airways. But the operator from the globe that has the most stops in African cities after these guys is actually not Emirates. It's not actually Air France. It's not actually Delta. It's Turkish Airline. So Turkish Airline as a non-African airline has the most coverage on the continent in the globe. So that is a base infrastructure that the country must leverage upon. Because whether you talk about China, the US, an airline as effective on the continent as yours. So as a consequence, that is the fundamental base for trade. That's what Emirates did use in many other markets. Turkish Airlines is ahead of Emirates. And as I indicated, there are banks like Active Bank ahead of many African banks. In constructions, the amount of construction conducted by Turkish ECAs is progressively competing head-to-head with some of these projects emanating from these EPCs coming from China. So I think the base is more than robust. And as we all need to focus post-COVID, as my good brother Mabuba was pointing to, we need to use this strong base to move forward and do more. This partnership has a very, very strong base. And in my view, the scale it can reach is really beyond any measure. And I think if the regulation inside the country working with Turkish Exim Bank and all the partners here in this audience, we can only see better results for the benefit of all parties. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sana, thank you very much for your presentation, for your valuable contributions. Now, third, I would like to turn to Mr. Kerekci, Eren Kerekci. He will talk about 4 topics. First, how the crisis exacerbated the existing challenges posed by African economies. Second, how the economic structure is changing and what are the key opportunities. Third, how to build economic resilience in the post-corona era. And 4, how the African Development Bank is supporting this economic resilience. Mr. Eren, the floor is yours.
And thank you very much. Thanks for all the organizers for having me today. I hope you can hear me well. Thanks for the other panel members for the interventions. Just as an introduction, I just would like to mention that private sector is the major contributor to the economic growth and job creation in Africa. So it's accounting for about 90% of the formal employment, 80% of the GDP, and 70% of the total investments made on the continent. So in that context, the COVID crisis generated a double demand shock on one side, associating the lockdown and the decrease on people's income. And on the other side, a double supply shock with the decrease or relative decrease of the local production. And as Ibrahim Bey was mentioning, a decrease in export revenues. Also, there are a lot of differences in between African countries. I can say that there is a number of binding constraints across the continent. And those have been to some extent exacerbated by the current situation and are weighing on the private companies. There are still some challenges, regarding connectivity, both traditional and digital, education systems, the use of new technologies linked to the fourth industrial revolution, trade integration, or access to finance. COVID has also exacerbated the severe impact of a number of fragility drivers, insecurity, and in some geographies, some population migration. So for instance, at the AFDB, we do consider that 22 among the 54 regional member countries, can be considered as being fragile. So in that context, there are actually 3 key directions that I will come back on later, that the bank has been taking, which are first of all, the continuation to reform the business environment, the building up of key infrastructures, and the support brought to the development of the private enterprise and value chains. In that context, the economic structure of the continent is also, very rapidly and in depth actually changing. And the perspectives here are showing key opportunities. So there is a notable evolution in the domestic market structures on the cross-border value chains development and on the regional trade expansion. We can mention here that the development of local supply chains around the growing number of domestic multinationals. So just to give you a figure, around 400 firms on the continent today totalize a number of states in excess of $1 billion and account for 50% of the continent's GDP. And that has permitted a significant expansion of formal SMEs, which account for about 90% of the private sector businesses and 80% of the job creation. Population growth, consumer spending, rapid urbanization rates are also creating key opportunities. The Africa Continental Trade Initiative is bringing a huge emphasis on economic diversification and offers a clear opportunity to regionally integrated value chain. The COVID actually significantly limited the fiscal resources of governments, disrupted the local value chains, and doing that highlighted even more the need for the private sector on the continent. So in terms of the post-corona era, I think it's all about resilience. In the lower case scenario, African countries are likely to experience a GDP decline on the growth rate of the GDPs of about 2 to 3% points in 2020. And in this context, the bank will be helping them mitigate the pandemic spillover effects and strengthen the role of the private sector in building up more resilient economy. Resiliency, mostly through economic diversification, with industrialization as a key driver. Why economic diversification? First, because it's favorably influencing the pattern of growth and structural transformation that countries and regions are experiencing. Second, it's increasing the country's ability to meet goals as job creation and improvements in income distribution. Third, the export diversification tends just to stabilize the export revenue. So measured in terms of share of exports on manufacturing, Africa has been lagging behind Asia, where the pace of diversification has been much faster and the levels as well as the complexities of products higher than Africa. Exception made of some examples as Morocco or South Africa, for instance. Also higher in non-oil exporting countries, there is a big room for improvement supporting this industrialization process. And this is clearly an opportunity for Turkish companies, collaboration with the African continent. So for that, and in order to move to the next step of collaboration, there is a clear need to first expand the sectorial intervention of Turkish companies. And I think go beyond the typical role of EPC contractor or machinery provider. I think establishing plants, establishing manufacturing entities, investing into industrialization, and actually producing from Africa is where most of the opportunities for Turkish companies lie going forward. So from our angle, as mentioned, we are, we are supporting that from many angles. This year has been a key in supporting the governments into their fight and into their budget constraints regarding to the COVID crisis. The business and investment climate improvement remains a very key area of focus for us. That's including the legal and regulatory reforms, the technical support, actually the upstream work done with the governments to build an investable environment, the socio-economic infrastructure, the promotion of enterprise development. This is done based on a number of advantages. I mean, AFDB is the Bank of Africa, so we have a continent-wide coverage. We do have sovereign and non-sovereign operations under one roof, which is creating a lot of synergies, improves outcomes, and utilizes resources more efficiently. And we also act as a convening power. We are owned by African countries, and we work very closely with the other multilateral development institutions, which is exacerbating or putting an emphasis on our catalytical role on the continent. So we cover all sectors, and there's a proven track record in energy infrastructure, transport, water and sanitation, agriculture, and agricultural value chains. So we're open to supporting Turkish companies in that context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eren, for your contributions. Now, at this point, I want to make a brief summary on what our panelists talked about. So the African economy is mainly private sector driven. What I understand is from your discussions. And there are many opportunities after the post-corona era. One is the population growth is high, population growth rate is high, the urbanization is high, and economic diversification is essential in the economy, and structural transformation in the economy is needed. If you look at the sectors, what I understand from your discussion is that in many sectors, actually, Turkish companies and African companies can form collaborations like healthcare sector, banking sector, energy sector. These companies can form PPP partnerships in every sector. And there is a need in industrialization projects, transformation, industrialization projects. And from chat box, I see some of companies are already started to discuss how can form these structural transformations. Now we listened to our guests from Africa side. And now I would like to turn to our Turkish guests. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Gültekin from Turkish Exim Bank. As you know, Turkish Exim Bank supports Turkish exporters by credit and insurance facilities. Mr. Gültekin will focus on Exim Bank's current programs and new solutions to new normal. Mr. Enes Gültekin, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for organizing this panel. I would like to thank all the employees, all the staff from the Foreign Economic Relations Board. I was going to make a very formal speech, but Mr. Diagne's speech was very, very heartwarming and quite informal. And a lot of the issues that we already know should require perhaps a more tangible approach. So in terms of what Africa needs, from the perspective of Exim Bank, we see two major issues. First of all, we all agree that if Africa essentially needs an infrastructure transformation in terms of healthcare, electricity, roads. There are so many types of investment that Africa needs. So that's one side of it. So how to finance all these infrastructure projects, that's one question. And the second one is short-term trade financing. So we're talking about short-term sales of final goods from Turkey to Africa, exporting goods to Africa, how to finance the export side of things. So in terms of the financing of infrastructure projects, the African Development Bank has a study. According to that, on a yearly basis, considering the entire continent, the infrastructure investment need is around $130 billion to $170 billion. And the financing deficit is around $52 to $59 billion. So actually, we're talking about normal circumstances. We're just putting aside the pandemic conditions. So on a yearly basis, we are talking about an extra financing that has to come from outside between $52 to $59 billion. So we have ECAs on one side, and Turkish Exim Bank is a part of it. It's a finance group in one way. And then you have private banks and private financing institutions. So what roles do ECAs play? And you can talk about that with Exim Bank as well. So we're talking about non-marketable investment where private sector cannot go and intervene, and with very long terms of payment and supporting long-term investments projects that might be non-profitable. So of course, international, or you see the rules apply. So for example, your financing cost should not be below the government debts of your country, and there are down payments as well. So ECA financing has strict rules, but on the other hand, you have private financing institutions, and they focus entirely on the efficiency and profitability of the project in question. So lately, we have seen in Exim Bank, ECA financing on its own is becoming more and more challenging. And Mr. Diagne mentioned that as well. So private entities and ECAs, or more than one ECA, should come together and develop certain models in order to finance these infrastructure projects. And based on this necessity, lately here in Turkish Exim Bank, we try to develop certain programs. So for example, there are major countries, ECAs, and we have partnered. We have US, we also have partnered with French and UK Exim Banks and Export Trade Agency by Denmark. So we got together with these countries and engaged in partnerships with them. In all emerging economies, we asked the question how we can jointly finance projects in emerging countries, including African countries, and how can we support private financing institutions with reassurance or with insurance or with guarantees. So we are maturing our activities in that area, and we are also developing good examples. And here's the logic of this activity. Just like Mr. Diagne said, cost is very, very important there. That's why when you take an international bank, they might have a very, very low financing cost. I don't want to name names, but you would think of them. They have very low financing costs. And of course, we're talking about really wide monetary expansion, especially in Europe and in the US. So you can find money for long term with very low cost. So how can you channel that money into emerging economies? So what you do is that you give risk cover to these countries. So for example, you provide low-cost financing to those countries, and we support, as ECA, with insurance. So you distribute the risk and then make sure the project is finalized. You can include more than one ECA. So if you include more than one ECA for a project, then you will reduce the amount of risk. But what matters here is that when you distribute risk that way, which doesn't seem very difficult, what you need to do is to make sure that each ECA has to support their own countries. So that's the mandate. So for example, take a Turkish contractor and a British contractor, a French or American one, and an Italian contractor, or all four of them. You can include all of those contractors, and they should join in a common project. So you basically reduce the cost of financing when you involve more than one party, and then you reduce the amount of risk because you distribute it. So this method is something that we have been focusing on recently. And the other one, you have African Development Bank, ECOWAS, that are active in Africa. You have multinational financing institutions that you can partner with, and you can grant limits to them. So basically, to support their activities in various projects involved in Africa, and to grant loans to these countries in that way. So we are taking steps in that direction as well. There are certain tangible ones as well. Again, I'm not going to name names, but I'm talking about multinationals and Exim Bank that have been working really closely lately. But Mr. Diagne is right. We need a tighter partnership. We need to be in closer dialogue with each other in order to very clearly express our necessities. So actually, with that, we can cover the financing needs of Africa, because actually it might not be very easy for us to open lines for African banks. Mr. Muzaffar would maybe agree, because to open lines for short-term transactions, that's very different from long-term projects and line necessities. So because in times when we can't find the ratings of African banks on the field, we can work with other institutions and then overcome the challenges that we face. In terms of infrastructure, I don't want to take too much of your time. This is what I would like to say. And also, financing short-term investment is also very important for us. Here at Exim Bank, we have a mandate to support exports from Turkey to Africa. So basically, we have grants that we give to buyers in Africa. Policy. So let me give you an example. In Africa, we have a buyer's limit of nearly $1 billion buyer's grant limit. It's 963 million, and that is 10% of all the buyer's limit that we have in Exim Bank. So actually, we want to support the exports from Turkey to Africa, and also we have the opportunity to support raw goods development in Africa. I actually support the idea of buyer's insurance, because without that, it's not very easy to establish a relationship between the buyer and the seller. You need to start a certain history of transactions. So what we do is that we we support and assume the risk that the buyer has by offering these amounts to them. So, of course, the expansion of these areas are very, very important. Is very important for Turkish exports growth, and it also ensures a safe reception of goods and services. And we have other programs, loan programs as well, for exporters in Turkey. Based on their export promises, we have investment grants, we have business capital programs that we support the exporters in Turkey. And some of these exporters actually send goods to Africa. We don't really measure where they export when we grant loans to them, but after they receive the loan and finalize the transaction, they report it to us. So to conclude, in order to finance the infrastructure projects in Africa and to finance short-term investments, we at Exim Bank play a major role. This is what we think. And just like I've said, we will try to find alternative ways of doing it. Just like Mr. Diagne said, we are seeking ways to overcome the challenges that we face. So I'd like to conclude here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enes Gültekin, for your valuable contributions. Now, our last but not least panelist is Muzaffar Suat Utku from Aktif Bank, which is another bank that plays a crucial role in international trade and in Africa as well. Mr. Muzaffar Suat Utku, the floor is yours. Sorry, we cannot hear you. Okay, thank you.
First of all, thank you very much to the organizers that organized such a fruitful event. We are trying to determine, first of all, here, what kind of problems, what kind of issues that is arising between Africa and Turkey in order to make the cooperation more enhanced. So I'm going back to 5 years ago, first of all. We have determined two major issues in the banking system between Africa and Turkey. First of all, these are the cooperation between African banks and the Turkish banks are very, very minimal. For that reason, the exporters bank in Turkey have to rely a third-party bank, either in Europe, either in UAE or any other country. So the transaction, the business is facilitated by another party. That makes the cooperation between African banks and the Turkish banks, first of all, on the price-wise, for the exporters, it is a higher cost. Also for the time. Even in some countries, there is no cooperation between any bank in that country or any European bank or any bank in the other region. So how can the exporter can realize this business, how can the two companies in Africa and Turkey can perform their business? Without a banking mechanism, everything will be very, very problematic. So we have seen this for about 5 years ago. And what we have done, we, as my brother Ibrahim mentioned, we were on the ground in Africa. We visited more than 30 countries. I just came back, for example, from Tanzania today. And we visited around 400 different financial institutions. And we started establishing correspondent banking relationship one by one. And now, I just want to tell you the picture. Now, we are working with 280 banks in Africa in 47 different countries. So, by doing that, of course, we paved the way for the exporter to utilize the transaction on a very shortly manner. And also, one of the other areas that we have determined is the cash management side. We have, during our 4-year business plan, we have opened around 150 African banks accounts at the counters of Active Bank. So what is the advantage of this account opening for African banks? By that way, Active Bank is able to take the African bank's funds into Turkey. So once there is a business between that country and Active Bank's client, when our our client present the required documentations, they can have access the money not more than a couple of days. Before that, there were huge delays. I was hearing 2 months, 3 months, 4 months delays. So how come the business can be possible with such a delay? So we, with our initiative, we have eliminated these delays as well. So the other area which we have determined as a problematic issue is the bondings. As all the panelists mentioned, infrastructure is an issue, and it has to be upgraded, and there is a huge collaboration between Turkey and African counterparties on that area as well. However, when there is a bonding required by the local authorities, again, the banks in Turkey have to go through the different routes, because there is no collaboration between African banks and the Turkish banks. So by that way, also, we made possible for the companies for their bonding businesses, advance payment, performance bonding, or bid bonding. So through this study, when I just give you some figures, we only had like 170 active company exporters in the bank in 2017. Now it reached to around 700 active companies. And some of the companies, we have introduced some African continents for their business partners. That is also, I should say, make us very proud while doing this business. So, in a nutshell, I would like to give my presentation on the solving of the problems on the banking side. And thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Uskut, for your contributions. So we have some time. If you have additional comments, if you have additional points you want to add, the floor is free for all panelists. You can add any points if you have.
Thank you. May I just take the floor for a minute? Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to amplify the statement of my good brother Aaron from the ADB, and also what was pointed out by Mustafa, that a lot of the development that needs to take place must happen through the financial service industry. To have DFIs like ADB, ourselves, and Mabuba and his wonderful team, we really need to work hand in hand with institutions like Active Bank, who basically have come from a foreign geography and are really pushing the envelope to really improve the export conundrum. Because industrialization and intra-Africa trade, which are two pillars of our bank, are the path to improvement across the continent. And that's true whether you look at the health sector, whether you're looking at the consumption sector, and anything linked to trade cannot be resolved if you don't attend to the transformation economies. And the continent today needs the participation of Turkish Exim Bank, working with institutions like ourselves to enable these contractors, these workers, these institutions from Turkey that are doing massive, massive work on the continent, banks like Active Bank, that basically a lot of the transactions they're doing, they end up doing it on their own most of the time. So I think it's of eminent priority to find paths of collaboration between our institution, ADB, and ourselves already working with Turkish partners to resolve these issues. We're having some discussion with Bank of Boas, and obviously, as you've heard from Muzaffar, in a lot of the work they're doing on the continent, we actually have already provided some lines to them. We also have a line with Turkish Exim Bank, and what we're trying to really reconcile is finding some organized solutions for parties coming from Turkey into Africa. Because if you take the amounts of FDI, construction, direct investment, and also even if you take the percentage of exports from Turkey to Africa, that number is growing in a phenomenal fashion. So I really would invite the Turkey and Africa bridge to be built stronger around the participants in this panel, and the financial service players can play a very, very critical role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dana.
Est-ce que je peux rajouter un petit commentaire?
Sure, Mr. Dan, the floor is yours.
Monsieur Aki. Monsieur Aki, est-ce que je peux rajouter un petit commentaire?
I'd like to make a comment if it is possible, Mr. Hakkı. If it is possible, I'd like to make a comment. Mr. Hakkı, your mic is off.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. Look, I think that, as I said earlier, there is an amazing opportunity for the Turkish companies to even double or triple the amount of business they are doing with Africa if on the same table you have Turkish Exim Bank, you have the African Development Banks, Afri-Exim Banks, the ECOWAS Bank, and also the Turkish private sector. Because these are the three puzzles, the three key stakeholders on the puzzle. And ask ourselves how we could make the financing accessible, affordable, while selling what I call Turkish ink. And I give an example. Let's assume that, and allow me to go in a specific, let's say Turkish Exim Bank is willing to support ECOWAS Bank with, let's say, a financing rate of X%. And we know that the underlying end clients cannot afford X%. To push the book, to help the customer, to help Turkey as a country to win the business, the private sector could come and say, let me reduce my margin from, let's say, 20% or 15% to 13%. I take the 2%, I help the financing to make the end client to be able to afford the financing. It should not be only Exim Bank taking the burden, or let's say the development banks in Africa taking the burden, because at the end, it will be the end customer who's gonna pay. And I think that here I throw the ball on the court of Baris and Mr. Hennis and see how can we really formulate a quadripartite strategy where the private sector, Turkish Exim Bank, and the development banks together will say, how can we make such that the end client is happy by getting an affordable financing rate? Turkish Exim Bank, by his mandate, is supporting to export Turkey. But it's not only about exporting, it's about basically exporting and building a relationship such that the end client can afford it. And because if more you export, more Turkish bill will be known, trust will be built, relationship will be established. And I think that this is the real challenge of Turkey today. If you are competing with European banks that offer today LIBOR plus 1.2, maximum LIBOR plus 2, and Turkish Exim Bank is coming on the high side, even if the Turkish manufacturing offering could be slightly a little bit lower, but if the client look at the all-in cost, you becomes a little bit more, Turkey becomes disadvantaged. And I think that this is the real challenge that I would really urge the Turkish business community, Turkish Exim Bank, and bank like us as a partner to come together and resolve this equation. I have no doubt that the Turkish know-how is now widely accepted in Africa. The furniture industry is well recognized, kitchen from Turkey, poultry from Turkey, cold storage from Turkey, construction from Turkey. You are a welcome partner in Africa, but we just need to unlock the equation of the financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dayan, for your additional comments. Any other comments or any other points you want to add?
Ben de Hakkı Bey bir şey ilave edeyim.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Hakkı, I also would like to add something.
Şimdi Mr. Diagne hakikaten doğru söyledi. Burada
Mr. Diagne put it quite right.
Yapı kurmakta fayda var.
We have to establish a three-pillar structure.
ECA mantığıyla çok da
Because with
fazla
the classical
ilerleyemiyoruz.
ECA logic, we cannot proceed any further.
Ya burada tabii önemli olan
Of course, what matters here, well, big projects can be realized through ECA financing. There is no problem on that regard. But if we want to create variance in terms of the support mechanism that we can provide, then together with the multinational sector and the African Development Bank, we should boost our cooperation. And as I said at the beginning of my speech, in order to provide insurance and provide funds for the goods to be exported to Africa, we need intelligence as well, because we have to collect information with regards to local companies in Africa, because we have hard times in terms of collecting, information and intelligence about those African companies. If we can collect more information about those companies, then the cooperation will be even higher. So through this intelligence network, being able to reach out to the information of more African companies, then through Turkish Exim Bank insurance premium with the level of 0.003% and 4%, so the Turkish companies will be able to sell their products to the African continent much more easily. And I do believe through such tools, the barriers in front of the trade will be overcome. The more trade and transaction we do with the African banks, the local banks and multinational banks, then our trade volume will be increasing as well, and the trade volume between African continent and Turkey will increase as well. Thank you.
Hakkı Bey, can I also comment, please?
Sure, of course.
Just adding to what Mr. Enis said, yes, that is very, very vital, having a huge correspondent banking relationship in all over Africa. There is also one other crucial factor is that the efforts of Exim Bank and Aktif Bank is not enough to enhance the whole collaboration between Africa to Turkey. Other banks have to join. Other banks have to come into the picture as well. So the mindset has to change. If there are any banks listening to this forum, I'm going to give a open message that we are waiting for the other banks to take the same initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Utku. Any other comments or any other questions? You can also ask questions for other participants as well. If not, I will make a brief summary and I will conclude the session if there are no other additional comments or any other points you want to add. So I think this panel has been very useful. We got a lot of information and a lot of comments from panelists. I think these comments will be very fruitful. And I think the attendees, the businessmen that are following this panel will have great opportunities in Africa. They will form good PPP, good partnerships, both African companies and Turkish companies, both on real sectors and in financing side, because the real sector, the availability of real sector in Africa is not enough. The financing side, the insurance side, or the banking side should also follow. They should have much more role in African projects as well. Thank you very much for your contributions again. If there are no additional comments or there are no points you want to add, I would like to conclude this session. Our next panel will be on Turkey's approach to COVID-19 and health partnerships with Africa. It will start at 14:65. Any last comments?
This was a great panel, so we're grateful for being here. We definitely
thank you. Thank you all.
All partnerships.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your contributions.
Çok teşekkür ederiz Hakkı Bey.
Teşekkürler Eren Bey.
Selamlar.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Since 1985, we have been pursuing business opportunities throughout the world by embracing this motto, more trade. Everything began with these two words. It was then that the Turkish private sector united to adopt a joint vision, and I was given my name. Well, who am I? I am a business platform that is empowered by my founding institutions, business councils, counterpart organizations, and members pursuing business opportunities all around the world, uniting all of my stakeholders. I am DEİK. DEİK has become the locomotive organization of our private sector. 2019, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Well, what do I do? Exports, imports, inward and outward investments, manufacturing, and so much more. I establish new bonds and relations through business forums, B2B meetings, roundtable meetings, conferences, panel discussions, and summits across the world. I have been vigorously striving to strengthen the dynamics of the economy, steering the world's wind of change, and enhancing interactions within the private sector. Hence, I generate major contributions to my members and to the private sector with the mission I carry. I reunite Turkish business people living all around the world under a common objective. With each passing day, people, countries, and even the continents come closer. The balances of international trade are rapidly changing, while the world economy is also being reshaped. I am not trying to keep pace with this change. I am steering this change because I consider trade not as an instrument of war, but as a tool of developing societies, glamorizing the world, and contributing to the advancement of technologies that preserve and protect nature. Therefore, I am Turkey's global horizon. I am carrying Turkey's strength to the world. Now it is time to act together. I want to make business with you through my 146 business councils. I am a business platform empowered by my members. Because our mission is business diplomacy.
Interpretation. Now the floor is yours. So hello everybody. My name is Dr. Ihsan Şahin. I'm from DEİK. I'm the chairman of Turkey-Senegal Business Council of the Foreign Economic Relations Board. I would like to wish healthy days to all of the panelists and participants. As you know, the topic of this panel is Turkey's approach to COVID-19, the intervention of Turkey to COVID-19, and the health partnership with Africa. So the world is going through extraordinary days. We're living a pandemic, and this is the environment in which we're organizing this event. I hope this will be fruitful for the entire world. We have a theme of this forum: strong contacts, strong communication after the pandemic. And we're going to talk about Turkey's response to COVID-19 and health partnership with Africa. Welcome to our panel, and I commence it right now. So the pandemic has re-emphasized people's needs for solidarity and common intervention. We clearly have seen the importance of that. This entire process has taught all of us the definition of solidarity and help. So there are so many neighboring countries that were on the brink of war for covering their needs for PPEs and also ventilators. But meanwhile, Turkey, thanks to its dynamic and strong healthcare system, it not only covered its own needs, but the needs of a lot of friendly countries, neighboring countries, and it achieved a lot in that regard. The pandemic process has reproven that in terms of basic needs and foods and other fundamental needs, they need to be self-sufficient, and they need to develop strategic potentials to cater to certain needs. For nearly 2 decades, Turkey has been independent and self-sufficient in many areas. In terms of healthcare system and healthcare industry, and also defense industry, we have achieved a lot as a country. And thanks to the goals that we have with Africa, we have this main motivation. And actually, we want our friendly countries in Africa to be self-sufficient, and we want them to be provided with healthcare institutions to cater to their own needs. And we want to discuss the how of this potential. We have friends, many of them DEİK members, and we want to further engage our African partners in order to discuss, especially healthcare issues. How can they build healthcare institutions that will be self-sufficient? We will discuss the ways around that. So we have very, very precious panelists with us today, and I'd like to introduce them to our participants. Our first panelist is Dr. Selami Kılıç, who is the General Director of Foreign Affairs of Turkish Ministry of Health. We have Dr. Martin Sirengo. He's the head of the Department of Health Infrastructure Management in the Ministry of Health in Kenya. He's now on the field, and he's amid serious intervention in the pandemic, so he'll participate only via audio, not with video. And then we have Mikhail Pereira-Kamat, who is the founder and director of Africa Healthcare Network of East Africa. Then we have Dr. Dennis Addo, who's the founder and CEO of Clarion Health. And finally, we have Dr. Eyüp Vural Aydın, who is the chairman of DEİK PPP committee. And so we have panelists with a wealth of experience. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our panelists. I would like to declare the panel open. If you allow me, first of all, we'll listen to our participants, our panelists, one by one, and then we'll have a Q&A. Following that, if we have time, we'll allow our panelists to add further comments, and then we'll conclude the panel. So, first of all, I'd like to invite our first panelist, who's now with us amid a very, very busy program. Dr. Selami Kılıç, General Director. He's a very old friend of mine, and he's a very important bureaucrat, very precious bureaucrat for Turkey. Welcome, Mr. Selami Kılıç. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, it is my utmost honor to be here with you and partake in this very important meeting. I would like to thank all the stakeholders who made this meeting possible and distinguished participants who contribute to the success of this meeting. Africa is the rising star, and we are all aware of this. Africa is one of the prime orientation of Turkish foreign policy. Turkey is the strategic partner of the continent more than a decade. Turkey's Africa policy is multilateral and multidimensional and focuses on all aspects of the relation at bilateral, regional, continental, and global level. We are also attaching importance to the relation in the field of health. In this context, we are trying to establish legal base for the relation in the field of health by signing memorandum of understandings, agreements, and etc. As of today, we have total 22 agreements, 11 protocols, and 2 MOUs with 25 different African countries. These documents cover wide variety of areas like strengthening of health systems, fighting against communicable diseases, training health staff, patient treatment, and pharmaceuticals. We have 3 hospitals operating in Sudan, Somalia, and Niger, and 1 hospital in Libya, which will soon provide health services. We are organizing health weeks for the countries in Africa so far. 7 health weeks in 5 countries have been organized with the participation of distinguished Turkish doctors. During these health weeks, more than 1,000 operation and training of 239 health personnel have been realized. Besides this, Turkey has been treating African patients who cannot be treated in their homeland. Since 2015, more than 3,000 African patients have been treated by Turkey free of charge. All of these activities are an integral part of our Africa policy. Our policy towards Africa is not a stable one, but dynamic, multidimensional, and inclusive. We know that this is not enough. We have the potential. Africa has the potential. As I said before, our policy towards Africa is dynamic and adaptive, which proved itself during this pandemic. COVID-19 has changed the way we live and the world we live in. Drastic changes occurred in the way of education, business, meetings, and more. No one can think of the world just 1 year ago as it is today. Just a virus, invisible to naked eye, common threat to humanity, has made us work in an unprecedented collaboration and in united efforts never seen before. Like the number and the pace of the vaccine development studies in a limited time, ACT accelerator. We believe that only global cooperation can address this challenge and overcome it. As a responsible member of international committee, Turkey has taken her active role in these activities and ready to do more. On a national level, like other countries, Turkey has implemented some measures against COVID-19. I would like to summarize our fight against COVID-19 under 3 topics, namely pandemic planning, supporting strategies, and R&D. For the planning of the pandemic, we have established a scientific committee consisting of renowned and dedicated scientists months before the first case in Turkey. Considering the social effects of the pandemic, we have also established a social scientific committee. We increased the capacity of intensive care units, initiated development studies for local ventilators, provided the treatment to our people free of charge, training the health staff against communicable diseases, implemented lockdown, limited the border crossing distance working. City hospitals are the main elements of our files in terms of the hospitalized COVID patients, adaptive rooms, all in one complex, and large number of the beds has proven the success of the city hospitals. Besides these activities, still active in the health investment during the pandemic. Meanwhile, contrary to the health world, we are opening city hospitals and pandemic hospitals around the country. Our support strategies include intensive contact tracing teams, increasing the testing capacity, driving some sectors to produce strategic medical equipment to meet the need. This is not only oriented, but also humanity-oriented. R&D activities are planned from the very beginning of the crisis. We have supported many national R&D studies. Now we have obtained the concrete output like locally manufactured ventilators, medicines like favipiravir, and 13 vaccine studies, 3 of which passes the preclinical phase, and 2 of them have been in process of human trials. All of the vaccine studies are promising right now, and we hope to get the positive results soon. Our people have adopted the new normal during daily lives, wearing a mask, social distancing, and hygiene. We can clearly and proudly state the governmental institutions, academics, private sectors, and public are hand in hand during our combat against COVID-19. During this time, humanity comes first is the utmost understanding for us. Within this understanding, Turkey has donated and will continue to donate strategic medical equipment and devices like locally manufactured ventilators, personal protective equipments, and extra. Turkey has signed a donation agreement with 16 African countries and given exceptional export permit to 20 African countries. Turkey stands by Africa as well. We believe in Africa. I assure my African sisters and brothers, you can always believe in Turkey. We are ready to cooperate and collaborate in every possible areas with Africa. I believe that we need to review our cooperation priorities in light of lessons learned from new circumstances, especially COVID-19. As in all areas, it has been proven that digitalization in health should be among the top priorities for all the countries. Digital transformation has been among the top priorities for Turkey as well. Digitalization in Turkey is well advanced, and Turkey utilizes every possible means of digital world. E-health technologies consist of many components like e-pulse, teleimaging, and extra. This application made us to reach every corner of the Turkey. E-pulse makes possible for an individual to reach every medical record regardless of time and place. Teleimaging provides us to evaluate the imaging of any kind regardless of time and place. During the pandemic, new application has been put into practice, namely Life Fits Home. This application provides a unique tracking and code for every individual, shows the risk map of any place in Turkey, daily statistics. The tracking code provided is in accordance with the national law on protection of personal data. E-learning has been an area that Turkey has vast experience on. During the pandemic, we have developed a project to provide visual training for the health staff. Training materials will be uploaded and video will be recorded for the project. Then it is ready to be shared. This online training can be shared with our brotherly African friends as soon as possible if deemed appropriate. Turkey is to share her vast experience in any field like learning, e-learning, teleimaging, city hospitals, supply chain, pharmaceuticals, vaccine studies, treatment protocols, and extra. We know that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Within this understanding, I would like to reiterate once more that Turkey, along with the public and private sector, is ready to cooperate and collaborate in the field of health. Thank you very much for your patience.
Sayın Genel Müdürümüze çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much, Mr. General Director. He shared with us very, very valuable information, especially about COVID-19. The Ministry of Health has been fighting on a national level, and we have 3 pillars, and he talked about that. Planning first, strategic supports, and also R&D. So those were the 3 pillars. And maybe we can go into the details of these in the next session. Now, please welcome our second panelist. Just like I've said, Dr. Martin Sirengo from Kenya. He is the head of the Department of Health Infrastructure Management in the Ministry of Health. He's not going to be available by video, but we will hear him. So I guess we can connect him right now. And we would like to hear from him the infrastructure of the healthcare system in Kenya and their experience during this process. Dr. Martin?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this meeting. My name is Dr. Martin Sirengo from the Health Ministry in Kenya. I'm the head of Department of Healthcare Management, and we are very central in the response to COVID when it broke down in the country, sometimes in March of this year. So first of all, I want to say that Kenya, like many other African countries, have had lots of challenges in terms of healthcare infrastructure and healthcare systems. At the beginning of the COVID pandemic, of course, there were many worries. There was panic, actually, among many people, including the leadership. Many control measures that countries were putting in place, including international organizations like WHO, unlike other conditions where our leadership can take a plane to go overseas for treatment for COVID, they were going to be here with us. And therefore, that was a great opportunity for us to be able to do certain things. Africa in itself has many challenges, and therefore I'd like to talk a little about the challenges investing in health infrastructure. Of course, we are all aware about the control measures that are in place for COVID-19 control, including behavioral and clinical measures. In Africa, we know that because of the living conditions, first of all, it's very difficult to even practice social distancing, especially in the crowded informal settlements. And therefore, you can imagine that happening in the informal settlements of the cities. But besides the behavioral and social challenges, our systems are not so advanced in terms of health systems. For instance, for Kenya, it was estimated that at the peak of the pandemic, we were going to have uh, 35,000 infections. That has been very close because we're just slightly below 40,000 now. And we needed a critical care bed capacity of over 1,000. We had just about half of that, 500 critical care beds, consider. I hear echo, sorry. Yes, so we embarked on a journey to ensure that we have the necessary healthcare systems in place, and thanks to the government efforts, the private sector stepped in. We had lots of support from development partners and international agencies. Countries like Turkey, of course, have been very instrumental together with other international organizations in helping the country put together all this. As we speak, we have about 47 counties. Those are devolved health units, and the guidance at the time was that every county should have at least 300 COVID-19 beds. As we speak, about half of the counties have attained that. And our ICU bed capacity has now gone up to nearly 800, and we continue to improve on that. Luckily for Kenya,
Well, Mr. Ihsan, if you like, I do believe that there was a problem with the internet connection, so you can proceed if you like. Well, he was disconnected, so you can proceed.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, my phone dropped.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Can I go ahead?
Please. Could you please also wrap up? Well, we have a connection problem. With your permission, I would like to continue with the third panelist, Nikhil Pereira Kamat, and then if the connection problem is solved on the second round, we will give the floor once again to Martin Sirengo for a second time. So we will continue with the third panelist, the founder and the director and CEO of Africa Healthcare Network, Nikhil Pereira Kamat. We will listen to his presentation, and he will be speaking about the main activities of this network and what we can do in terms of cooperation. Welcome, Mr. Kamat. The floor is yours.
So it's a pleasure to be on this panel, and thank you to everyone who's attended. I do think there's a tremendous opportunity for healthcare service providers like our organization, and more broadly for governments to work with the government of Turkey to broaden the presence of Turkey in sub-Saharan Africa, at least what I can speak to, and more specifically East Africa. So our organization, Africa Healthcare Network, is the largest provider of renal care in East Africa. We have operations in Tanzania, Kenya, and Rwanda, where we own and operate renal care centers and dialysis centers. Currently, we have 15 centers operating in the region, and by the end of the year, we'll have 18 operational across East Africa. In a nutshell, our organization aspires to provide the highest quality of care at an affordable cost in East Africa for patients suffering from kidney disease, and do so such that we can increase awareness, improve affordability, and improve regional access. I think Dr. Surengo had been talking about the county hospitals in Kenya and the way it's arranged. Our organization similarly aspires to bring renal care to the counties that are underserved, not just in Kenya, but more broadly across East Africa. To speak quickly just to some data points with regards to the negatives of what we experienced in the COVID world. So obviously we were managing patients who were suffering from kidney disease. And so if you looked at the demographics and just the general statistics around patients who were highest risk for coronavirus and more so highest mortality rates, patients with kidney disease, especially those who were on dialysis, had the highest rates of hospitalization, highest rates of, so non-ICU hospitalization, highest rates of ICU hospitalization, and highest mortality rates globally. So as a result, this was obviously one of the most important junctures in our organization's life with the onset of the COVID storm. Some realities that we had to face in the region that we were working, and more broadly in sub-Saharan Africa. You look at the US and there are 170,000 ventilators. And then you look at sub-Saharan Africa with a population that is threefold that of the US, and we had less than 5,000 ventilators available. You could say the same to ICU beds as well. And so when we look at the health system that we were working in, we had to work in a constrained environment. Additionally, we, of course, unfortunately, the reality is historically in Africa, we've had a strong reliance on goods, medical consumables, and injectables, et cetera, coming from both India and China. And that is something that a lot of us are going to have to really rethink as we go forward, especially as we start up thinking about decentralization of supply chain. Because India, of course, effectively shut down its borders. And so getting access to the necessary injectables, primarily generic injectables that were previously manufactured in India and shipped to East Africa, became quite difficult. And the prices of such goods skyrocketed. That's similar to that of China, although in China, the biggest issue we ran into is the US was not, Africa or East Africa was not the primary market of choice for Chinese consumables from the manufacturing side. Let's make it pretty easy. If you can sell an N95 mask for $10 US to the US, and you can sell it to the distributor in East Africa for $2 US, you're obviously going to choose the market that's willing to pay more. So we were deprioritized, and so unfortunately we had to kind of innovate around the constraints on access to PPE and other consumables, the examination gloves, surgical gloves, and the likes in working this. And I think that ultimately creates a very large opportunity for partnership between Africa and Turkey. Especially, we procure products from Turkey right now, which we had limited supply chain disruption during COVID. And I think there are plenty of additional products that could come into the market so long as they are meeting the regulatory requirements and getting registered with the necessary authorities. But on the flip side of all that, when you look at COVID, we had benefits in Africa. Our median age in sub-Saharan Africa is about 20 years old. So there's a much smaller population that was at risk. When you look at the prevalence of lifestyle diseases, which are only going to increase as a percentage of the overall population, it was quite low. So our average population is significantly less than that of the Western world. And for that reason, for the most part, I would say we've been able to survive a lot of the pain that you see in the US and other countries. I think there's been a lot of innovation through COVID as well in the absence of having access to goods. And ultimately, this creates an opportunity for a country like Turkey to enter in a big way, especially given you have such a large manufacturing capabilities in country and also health services expertise. I think one very attractive element that I think Dr. Sirengo can speak to better than I can is the onset of national health insurance schemes across Africa. So the percentage of population is only increasing year over year as the addressable population also increases. And so as the African Union also works towards normalizing regulatory requirements for the importation of goods, I think there is a tremendous opportunity for the government of Turkey to support Turkish businesses and Turkish hospitals, service providers, and investors to really double down on the sub-Saharan African subcontinent and more broadly Africa in general. It's my strong view that we are in the final frontier. Africa is the final frontier, and those that are willing to take the risk or take the gamble, but in my opinion, it's a very smart investment opportunity. It'll yield tremendous results and outcomes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our precious friend Mikhail gave us very important information. I'd like to remind you one thing. This panel is watched by thousands of people, both in Africa and in Turkey, and most of them have been informed about this panel beforehand, especially in the medical field. We are talking about people that are producing and also trading in the medical field. I'd like to also emphasize one thing. Nikhil just mentioned that, yes, they have a big portfolio in terms of dialysis and kidney issues, but during the COVID-19 process, of course, Africa suffered from very, very important material shortage. But Turkey is one of the most important countries that manufactures these materials. You're talking about injections, you're talking about masks and also PPEs and also IV sets. So in Turkey, we might be actually among the top 3 countries in the world. We produce in vast amounts these products. And one nice side of the issue is that Turkey is equipped with, Turkey is obliged to produce these products in compliance with EU regulations. So actually, we are manufacturing only products that can be used in the EU. But in terms of pricing, we offer better prices, but our quality is far higher than Far Eastern countries. That's what I'm trying to say. So when we set up a trade relationship with our brothers and sisters in Africa, we can provide these materials at a far more affordable price, but with high quality standards. So hopefully this meeting will be inducive towards these kinds of cooperation. So maybe you'll have questions, but if you allow me, we'll move on to our 4th panelist. Dr. Deniz Addo is our next panelist, who is the founder and CEO of Clarion Health. And at the same time, he is a part of the Safe Ways program of MIT. He's one of the chairmen. and he has a wealth of experience, Mr. Addo. We would like to hear from him, his experience, and also what can be done between Africa and Turkey in this specific field. So this is my question, and I'd like to pass the floor to him. Welcome, Mr. Addo.
Thank you, Dr. Ishan. To all of you, thank you for this wonderful seminar together. Let me thank DEİK and the Turkish government for this wonderful conference. My name is Dr. Denis Addo. I'm a health consultant. Previously, I used to work as a physician in the military. I spent a couple of time working. I've been to Lebanon, Congo, Ivory Coast, and now I'm in healthcare and a couple of clinics in Ghana, go to the other parts of Africa. I also sit on the board of the National Health Insurance Authority in Ghana, in Accra, advising the government on how to provide universal healthcare for all Ghanaians. And today I'd like to focus on the COVID situation in Africa, also focus on some of the challenges and also how we can use technology to bridge the gap. I'm excited about what is being done in Turkey, especially with the Home Fit application that was developed during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll share a bit about what we did when I was in Harvard recently, a collaboration between MIT Harvard to get an application or technology, which I believe the cooperation of Turkey, we can expand this to other parts of Africa. So as you all know, when the COVID-19 happened somewhere in February, I think there was a critical panic all over, and the WHO actually came out to warn that Africa is going to have so many deaths. In fact, they predicted over 190,000 people are going to die from COVID-19 in Africa. And as you look at the situation today, the case fatality rate is just 2.4%, and only 35,000 people have died. And even in Ghana, where we are now, we've had about 46,000 cases and just 300 people dying. So the question is, what is happening? Why these prediction of a high number of fatalities and the number on the ground does not reflect? So we need to look at a number of factors. Some experts say that the testing rate in Africa is quite low. People believe that there's been little testing on the ground. And again, because of the infrastructure problems in Africa, we are not testing and we are not reporting some of these cases, which may be fair, may be true as well. But on the flip side, I think there's been some positive. It's not all negative in Africa, I believe, even in Ghana and other countries. Africa generally have a very young population. Our population in Africa, 62% of the population in Africa are under the age of 25. So that means that the age for COVID is typically for people who are young. With this age of young population, we believe that there was a bit more. Now, I also believe that Africa has learned lessons from the Ebola crisis. As a physician who in Liberia, Sierra Leone, I can tell you that we learned a lot of lessons about preparedness, putting the right infrastructure in place. The Turkish government support during that time. Also, so again, the COVID pandemic happened in other countries before coming down here to Africa. It is believed that we had the time to prepare and also put some pandemic structures in place. I think these are factors that have been given by experts to be some of the reasons why the case fatality rate is too low in Africa. But how can we use technology to sort of prepare for future pandemics? I think this is very critical for us to know. And then there are three-pronged approach. That is the treat, the track, the trace, and the treat. It's very important. How we identify the cases, how we quarantine, and also critically do contact tracing. And as all of us know, contact tracing manually is very painful, very difficult to do. You cannot manually go around to do contact tracing, and that is where technology comes in. One of the applications that were developed by MIT scientists and Harvard, and which I was involved in, we did what we call the Path Check app. And basically, we exploit GPS. Almost every phone have a GPS where you can track. But the problem with GPS is that people fear that governments and other people may use it as a tool of control. So what we sought to do was to use GPS in a way that can be now one preserve the privacy of the users of the GPS so that they can safely share this information without their location being tracked. It was very, very important. So the approach is citizen-led privacy GPS applications that can be deployed all over. And it's again also open source and free. A couple of countries have adopted it and it's being used to do. So basically, if you're a user, you can put on your location, and once you put on your location map, it is recorded. And anytime you get infected with the COVID or the health authorities upload the data, you can also put on your application, and the information about where the positive cases are can be identified, and then you'll be notified that there's been a few positive cases here. That helps you to be able to navigate those safe paths so they don't get infected. And it's 100% privacy preserving as well. Again, there's ongoing discussions on deployment in Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Mozambique. And I'm happy to discuss more with DEİK about how we can collaborate with the Fit for Health project that is happening in Kenya so that we can adopt it to help scale up. Another technology that we work with some field developers in South Africa is called COVID ID. Again, use QR codes. So instead of GPS, use QR codes where if you work in a particular place like a bank, you'll be given a particular QR code which is scanned. And anytime you move to another place, the QR code will be scanned. Again, if you test positive, again, it's up to you to give the information. So you can report that you tested positive, and then the information will be populated to all the guys that you came into contact with. That way, you can also be able to track all the positive cases. The goal is to get people to move from one African country to another safely without contracting COVID. And I believe with technology and innovation, we can help you avert future pandemics in the future. So I think I'll end here. Happy to take more questions during the panel on how we can use technology innovations, how we can collaborate with developers, technology experts in Turkey to use technology to solve pandemic problems. Thank you very much, and excited to be part of this conference.
Sayın Ado'ya biz de çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank Mr. Ado. He's emphasized very important several topics. So identification, treatment, and contact tracing are integral elements of COVID-19 response. And of course, when a diagnosis is made, it's very important to contact trace, and there are certain developments in the world in terms of contact trace. And so he shared with us certain applications, and there were certain predictions about number of cases and also mortality rates and what's happening on the ground. So he talks about the disparity between that. I'd like to actually add a comment as a doctor. Actually, there are so many unknowns about COVID, and over time we will find out more about COVID-19, and maybe we'll come up with way different interpretations and predictions about it over time. But undoubtedly, just like Mr. Aldo said, these kinds of diseases, including Ebola, you need a lot of investment, significant investment, and health institutions, hospitals, in order to fight against future pandemics. How can we make sure we can cover the needs, and are there any applicable models that we can put in place? Of course, we will now have Mr. April Aydın, who is a world-renowned expert, and he will talk about how PPP can be applied in the healthcare sector, what we are doing, and what can be done in Africa. Mr. Aydın will now talk about that. Welcome, Mr. Aydın.
First of all, thank you, dear valuable chairs, for your kind words. Actually, today and tomorrow we are, discussing. We are talking about how we can cooperate, how we can collaborate, Turkey and African countries, and I would like to focus on just one way of cooperation, which is PPP, public-private partnership. I mean, it is a very strong and very valuable way of partnership between our countries. First of all, it's very clear that COVID-19 has a strong impact on infrastructure, especially in the healthcare sector. So now we should find a new way to handle all this crisis and to fight against COVID-19. I would like to give some example from PPP stories of Turkey, and then maybe we will discuss at the second stage, we will discuss how we can cooperate between African countries and Turkey. Turkey started for the PPP stories in the last 10 years, maybe it was 2007, but the construction of our PPP hospital started 2013, and the first PPP hospital started to operate in 2017. So it means that in 10 years, Turkey did a lot of things, and what we did, what we learned in this duration, this is also very important for us. Now, in 10 years, we reached 15,000 beds, new beds, which is created, which is invested by PPP. I am talking about 15,000 beds in 10 years, and which cost $10 billion. And also international investors, MDBs like World Bank, Islamic Development Bank, EBRD, IFC, invested for those projects in Turkey. And it was a tremendous successful story. And we tested, we have been witnessed during COVID-19, how PPP hospitals are very important in Turkey and in the world. So what I would like to talk about here for our African colleagues, so this is also very important. You know, in PPP is a very complex process. We need a partnership, we need a private party, we need a public party, and you know, in Africa and in Turkey, the bureaucracy, the official partners are very strong, and it's not easy to create partnership between those two stakeholders. So we need some consultant, we need some advisors, we need some bankers, we need some investors. So here, Turkey learned a lot of things, I mean, from the public perspective. So because when we started this story in 2007, especially in the Ministry of Health, there are a few people knows about PPP, but now we have a huge experience, huge experts under the umbrella of Ministry of Health. So what I actually suggest our colleagues from African countries, just keep in touch with our Ministry of Health and develop some partnership program, some training program, knowledge share program, because now we have a huge experience from the project development phase to operational phase. What is the positive externalities of Turkish PPP stories is, we have 12 PPP hospitals around Turkey. So it means that 15,000 beds are operated by private parties, and we gather a lot of knowledge, a lot of information from the solid completed projects. It means that now we are testing, we can learn from the operation phase, not on the paper, not on the table, not on the slides, or not on the PowerPoint. So now we are testing, we are living how private party bring added value to the public services, which is very important, healthcare campuses. I would like to give some example. For example, in Ankara, we have 1,000 beds. In Istanbul, 3,500 beds. In Yozgat, 252 beds. In Adana, like 500 beds. This hospital has been completed by the private party investment, and now is operating between public and private together. But I know some African countries, maybe it's not easy to develop such kind of big and such kind of huge PPP hospitals. But what we can do now after the COVID-19, this duration, this pandemic process taught us we should find new way, new solution to public services, such as, for example, imaging, like MR centers, like rehabilitation centers, such kind of preventive fights against the COVID-19. So we should maybe minimize the amount of the investment, so which African countries can handle, which African countries can find a new investors, not like $200 million or $1 billion project. So we should find some $20 million to $100 million MR centers, rehabilitation centers, some diabetic centers, some dialysis centers. So we can also provide, as Turkish Minister of Health and Turkish advisors, Turkish investors, Turkish construction companies can advise African countries developing those kind of small scale PP projects, and maybe next step we can develop together with African colleagues, we can develop big size PPP projects. This is very important that we have very strong experience from the field, which we learn from the developed countries like UK, and but now in the field there is a huge strong of Turkish construction companies in terms of development of PPP projects. I think it's for the first stage, this is quite enough, dear Chairman, but if I have time, I can give some numbers as well.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Aydın. It was quite beneficial for our panelists and also for our listeners. Well, Mr. Aydın underlined two important things. The PPP model can actually open important doors of opportunities in the field of health care services. So you can invest heavily or on a small scale. So you can construct new hospitals with the bed capacity of up to 1,000, but at the same time, the imaging services and the lab needs can be financed with small-scale projects. This also reminds me, and if Mr. Aydın permits, our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan stated that the healthcare services in Africa should be brought to the level of international standards. 2.5 years ago, Mr. Erdogan made a call to our businessmen, please invest in Africa. And within the scope of that call, he stated that the imaging services, I mean the radiology departments, can be constructed through such model. That's why many investors are, waiting to seize this opportunity. And I would like to say to our African colleagues, so if you are in need of imaging services like tomography or MRI devices, and if you are willing to invest in those technologies, the Turkish brother investors have the know-how and the experience, and they can invest in those fields. With your permission, I would like to continue with the question and answer session because we have received certain questions from our citizens. Of course, we will not be able to answer all those questions, but we have chosen 5 questions out of all the questions that have been raised so far. And with your permission, I would like to address those questions to our panelists. Our first question is as follows. Maybe we can ask this question to Dr. Deniz Edo, because I believe it is in his expertise. The question is as follows. During the pandemic, what are the biggest problems that the African government and also the African companies have encountered with? So we are caught off guard against this pandemic. This is the case for whole globe, but Mr. Edo said that they have good experience with regards to Ebola and communicable disease. That's why maybe they were much more ready with comparison to other countries. So with comparison to other countries, how did you encounter and what kind of precautions did you take in Africa?
Thank you so much, Dr. Islam. I think you put a nail right on the head. I think we had learned a lot from Ebola. Remember, we had a hectic time. We lost so many lives, even in West Africa. So I think that was very critical for us. to be. And I think there's this approach of hammer and dance. And with hammer and dance, either you do a passive approach or you do an aggressive lockdown. And as you also, most African countries did a very aggressive lockdown. Even currently in Ghana and other places, schools are still closed, even though a lot of the restaurants and other places have all open. So African countries and governments really adopted an aggressive hammer approach. All the ports and borders were shut. Even some are still shut now in a couple of countries. I believe this really helped, rather than adopting a passive approach as happened in other countries. African governments, because of the experience with Ebola, were very aggressive, locked down aggressively, social distancing, lock all the borders, and I think that helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Evet, Sayın Ado'ya çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ado. So let me ask the second question to Nikhil Pereira Kamat. I would like to ask this question to him. Digital transformation, and after COVID-19, a new process has been initiated. Digitalization take the ground, and the healthcare services have been initiated to be reshaped from the scratch. We are following our health status and healthcare services from our mobile phones and from our laptops. So we downloaded many softwares. So I mean, this is also a digital meeting, as you can also acknowledge. In the past, we were, organizing such meetings in big venues and big halls, but we are organizing the meetings in the digital environment. So, how the digital media come together with the healthcare services? What did we learn from COVID-19?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. I'd say I'm no expert in healthcare IT, so I'll be honest there. And we do use various healthcare IT systems to manage our facilities across East Africa. What I'd say is the most there's been a lot of talk about the term's escaping me, but effectively telemedicine. And the easiest form of telemedicine is one's phone. And so I'd say right now, I think a lot of the countries we are currently operating in and the countries that I've talked to, I think it is absolutely the goal to leverage areas where we have limited resources, especially on human capital, and be able to apply those resources across a larger setting. So when you think about specialists in and across sub-Saharan Africa, that's an area that we currently are lacking, especially given the amount of training that's required. And so whatever one can do to leverage technology is going to make a huge impact on the African continent. What I would say is what I've seen to date has been, at least during the COVID storm when borders were closed down, fireside chats, webinars, Zoom calls such as this were heavily utilized by medical officers, physicians, clinicians, generally speaking, to share information, to share their experiences in managing coronavirus. So absolutely, it plays a huge role. I think going forward, the bigger question is going to be how do we regulate? Different from the US and Western countries, we first have to get just basic. The concept of leapfrogging to technology is great in concept alone, but we have to get basic infrastructure done before we start trying to leapfrog into implementing telemedicine and other technologies. There's absolutely a place for that, but there's also, you need brick and mortar healthcare first. In addition to that, I'd say many countries are exploring telemedicine and implementing it. I know Rwanda has done so with a company called Babel, to allow patients kind of at just phone call away, you can get a teleconsult. But the reality is the regulatory framework has to be there as well. For example, who's liable? When you look at radiology or radiologists, and you think about diagnostic services, we don't have nearly enough radiologists in the regions to manage the number of CT, MRIs, X-rays that are out in the field. But with that said, who is the individual reading the report? Who's the one signing off? Is that person accredited in the country? Has the medical councils of these various countries accepted those individuals? And especially in East Africa, where national health insurance plays a very large role, are the insurers willing to reimburse a service that is coming from, let's say you have radiologists based in Turkey who are reading these reports on a daily basis and then providing their readout reports to, say, the orthopedic. Who takes the liability on the readout? And so I think in a human capital resource constrained environment that we have, absolutely there's going to be a need. It's going to be incumbent on the regulators, the governments in general, to decide in what way they're going to implement telemedicine. This is something that's going to be very much dependent on the governments, the ministries of health, etc., to drive this ultimately, because they're also heavily tied in with the parasitals like national health insurance schemes and these community-based health insurance schemes as we strive towards universal health coverage in Africa. So I'm not sure if that answers the question. I think absolutely technology has played a crucial role. I think the most basic form is a phone call, and that's implemented every day here. And you look at technologies like M-Pesa and others, and mobile money technologies that have been implemented in Africa to leapfrog the barriers of the unbanked populations. If we can have something similar to that that allows us to leapfrog the barriers of the lack of human capital, 100% would be supportive of that, and I hope to see that happen.
Teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Pereira.
Thank you so much, Nikhil Pereira. I totally agree with what you say. Well, there are many, part of this situation, it's not only about the technology and not only about the digital environment, and there is the legislation part, and all of those, pieces should come together like a puzzle piece. But I mean, as a person who has allocated remarkable time for Africa for more than 10 years, and who has visited many countries in Africa, I can say that there are, problems in terms of the, medical devices, but the biggest problem lays in the field of the human capital and the technicians. For example, I have seen MRI devices and the tomography devices, cutting-edge technology, but they wrapped all those medical devices. They were not, operating. But, those African people were visiting other countries in order to take an MRI. So this is a huge paradox. That's why this telemedicine system, I do believe, will be a huge gain for the African continent, because the investors will come from Turkey and install your MRI and CT devices, and they will also provide the technicians who will be taking the MRI. So all those X-rays and the images will be sent to Turkey in order to be analyzed, and the radiologists, who are the experts, will be sending the results in 5 different languages. So rather than sending the patients to other countries, we will be only sending the images via internet. It will be much more cost effective, and it will be, I do believe, a more humane solution. That's why I do believe we should make the most of those technological solutions. But on the reimbursement side and the legislation side, we should take the necessary steps. hopefully this meeting will be proven fruitful for the promotion of PPP models. We hopefully will initiate this process with the radiology services, and hopefully bigger projects will be developed together. Martin Srengo, do you hear us? I'm not sure because we had a connection problem. If Martin hears us, I would like to learn from him the investments. In which fields do you need investments? In which field do you need investments in Africa? This is my question.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Yes, I've been following. Apologies for the disconnection. Yes, during my presentation, I was to finish with areas of investment, and thank God you have asked which areas of investment. What I would like to say is that Africa is a different level of development. You may find one country requiring a certain area of investment much more than the other. And even within the same country, you may find the same. But generally speaking, besides the physical health infrastructure that we require in terms of hospitals and facilities, we need to make investments in terms of human capital, which you've mentioned, to ensure that the hospitals that are so built are functional. And this goes well with making sure they're adequately equipped with the right equipment for diagnostics and treatment, so that we are able to treat our people. There was a present, my colleague from Ghana mentioned a lot about ICT. Telemedicine is increasingly becoming an area of interest, given that not all healthcare workers who are required in a certain hospital or a certain region or district may be available. So you may use a pool of healthcare workers in another region or outside the country to be able to institute clinical interventions for a patient as they require. So that is very important. The last point of investment should be research. We have had cases where we invest in sometimes obsolete, and that does not augur well with the changing technology. And therefore, research is important to keep up pace with the changing world, to ensure that patients are able to receive current technological advances and treatment interventions for the different ailments that they have. So those are some of the areas that I think we need to look at. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. We have another important question here. In terms of PPP, well, you talked about it, and you talked about how our African brothers and sisters talk about how Turkey has improved PPP. How can we tap into that potential in terms of outsourcing, in terms of healthcare institutions, how to reach people, they ask us. Now, I would like to actually give the floor to the right person. If they can reach Mr. Aydın, they can fix most of their problems. Mr. Aydın, how can we support our African brothers and sisters to establish this system?
Thank you very much, Chair, again. As you know, in 2015, we established a committee in DEİK. This is the unique committee under the umbrella of DEİK, which is PPP committee. And the aim of establishing this committee is exactly that, this question. We would like to exchange, we would like to transfer Turkish knowledge and Turkish experience of PPP to those countries. As you mentioned, actually, for tomography, MR, This is the unique case for African countries, which is the starting point of a quite well PPP process. Maybe we will start with a scale projects in African countries and with the Turkish assistance, how they can reach us. They can send an official letter to DEİK, General Secretary, if they need any assistance, any training program, any helps, any statistics, data, information regarding PPP projects in Turkey and entire world. We can provide all technical assistance, all information, all data, all knowledge, and all experience, what we did, what we succeed in the last 10 years in Turkey. It will be very great pleasure for us to provide all this assistance to our colleagues.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Aydın'a.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aydın.
Sayın Genel Müdürümüze ben bir soru.
Now, I would like to ask a question to our General Director. So, what kind of projects can Turkish businessmen invest in Africa? What kind of services can they provide? Could you enlighten us on that? So, our General Director talked about a bridge between Africa and Turkey. I believe that the entire healthcare world knows him, Mr. Selamiklic. Even if you call him out in the middle of the night, he can contact with health ministers across the globe, and he's a very rare and precious bureaucrat, Mr. Selamiklic. So, based on that, our African brothers and sisters ask us, so how can you bring us together with Turkish businessmen, and especially how can we communicate with them in the healthcare system? This is my question to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for your kind words, especially. So we all know one thing. Since 2003, we have had healthcare transformation with public-private partnership. Both in the public sector and the private sector, we gained experience in health reforms. We've made a lot of mistakes. We returned and we reversed the process. We wasted time, maybe. We lost money, but finally we found the right path and we carried out a successful reform. What we want is that our brothers and sisters in Africa don't lose time. We don't want them to waste money. And we have a ready-made experience for them, both in the public and the private sector. And we are always ready to share that with our African brothers and sisters. Of course, our relations with Africa, especially, I mentioned 25 countries. We have business partnership agreements, and 7 additional agreements are underway. And so considering all of that, we're talking about 32 countries in Africa. It's more than half. So we have bilateral agreements with them, and it's going to be a conclusive step. So this will be also legally binding, and we'll fulfill our legal requirements. And of course, these agreements focus largely on the strengthening of healthcare systems, and that includes, of course, first-level healthcare systems strengthening. Especially, one of the biggest challenges in Africa is a child and maternal mortality rate, and there are projects to reduce child mortality. And we have also healthcare information system info to share, and also services outsourcing. So there are so many fields that includes medical equipment. So we would like to engage in cooperation in all of these areas that we're talking about. The Turkish Ministry of Health is ready, both in terms of bilateral agreements and both in terms of meeting the needs of the private sector. We are working ceaselessly. So actually, we work with people that are doing the right work, and we can actually promise the good work of businessmen in Turkey. We would like to emphasize that we are ready to provide necessary communication between Turkish businessmen. Of course, the pandemic has shown us the importance of supply chain. Although the African continent has not been deeply impacted by the pandemic compared to Europe and other countries, but if need be, through the right channels, we can engage them with communication with Turkish business partners. Also, training is another issue, is another dimension. And I have mentioned in my speech as well. So e-learning is completed in Turkey. And if you give us a demand, we can totally make it available to our African brothers and sisters. So actually, we're not only talking about public and private sector separately. Together they form strength with our leadership and with the activities of our foreign affairs ministry, health ministry, and trade ministry, and with DEİK. We are all ready. Hopefully, health will prevail, health first. Thank you so much, Mr. General Director. Time is up for the panel. It's been very, very enjoyable, very satisfying. I would like to thank all the participants. I'd like to underline one more thing. We are standing by our African brothers and sisters, both DEİK, both the business men and the Minister of Health. We are with you. We will be with you not only in these difficult times, but in the future as well. We will share with you whatever we have, and we will work for each other in managing these processes. Hopefully, we will be meeting with you in better and healthier days. I would like to thank all the participants on behalf of DEİK. Thank you.
Since 1985, we have been pursuing business opportunities throughout the world by embracing this motto: more trade. Everything began with these two words. It was then that the Turkish private sector united to adopt a joint vision, and I was given my name. Well, who am I? I am a business platform that is empowered by my founding institutions, business councils, counterpart organizations, and members pursuing business opportunities all around the world, uniting all of my stakeholders. I am DEİK. DEİK has become the locomotive organization of our private sector. 2019, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Well, what do I do? Exports, imports, inward and outward investments, manufacturing, and so much more. I establish new bonds and relations through business forums, B2B meetings, roundtable meetings, conferences, panel discussions, and summits across the world. I have been vigorously striving to strengthen the dynamics of the economy, steering the world's wind of change, and enhancing interactions within the private sector. Hence, I generate major contributions to my members and to the private sector with the mission I carry. I reunite Turkish business people living all around the world under a common objective. With each passing day, people, countries, and even the continents come closer. The balances of international trade are rapidly changing, while the world economy is also being reshaped. I am not trying to keep pace with this change. I am steering this change because I consider trade not as an instrument of war, but as a tool of developing societies, glamorizing the world, and contributing to the advancement of technologies that preserve and protect nature. Therefore, I am Turkey's global horizon. I am carrying Turkey's strength to the world. Now it is time to act together. I want to make business with you through my 146 business councils. I am a business platform empowered by my members. Because our mission is business diplomacy.
Yes, you can start now. Please. Floor is yours.
The floor is yours, sir. You can start.
Hello?
Mr. Harrison, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes?
We can start now.
Okay, my statement. Okay. Dear members of press, the African Union declared Turkey as the strategic partner on the continent in January 28th. And accordingly, the first Turkey-Africa Cooperation Summit was held in Istanbul in August 28th. Since then, you achieved a lot together. You have achieved important progress for growing Turkey-Africa partnership in order to strengthen economic and commercial relations between Turkey and African countries. We very much appreciate the attendance of His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, to this event. This clearly reflects the importance that Turkey attaches to relations with Africa. We welcome Turkey's support for the Agenda 2063 of African Union and the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development of United Nations, based on inclusive growth and sustainable development of African countries. You also very much appreciate the recognition by Turkey of an important role of the African Union in promoting the integration of Africa, and also Turkey's effort and contribution in promoting peace, stability, and development in the continent. It's clear that the Turkey-Africa partnership is growing, deepening, and getting diversified. We note a slowdown in trade developments due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is noteworthy that we exchanged views today with the participation of all ministers on how to overcome the impediments due to the pandemic. The panel on economic recovery in the post-corona era, Turkey-Africa partnership will help deepen our understanding on a way forward. We certainly expect trade to return to normal levels by next year. You are in total agreement to support and facilitate this process. In this sense, we believe the forum will very much contribute to this effort. In the scope as agreed today, you identify several priority areas like health, e-commerce, investment, and human leadership for future work. This will further consolidate African ownership of Africa issues. Our aim is to deepen the institutional cooperation in different areas, taking into account the real needs of African people. You hope that this will pave the way to further work, including agriculture. Food security is crucial. Industrialization is also crucial. It's time to transform locally the raw materials, infrastructure, energy. Now, development of industrialization without energy. Energy is crucial for industrialization and for the well-being of a population and pharmaceutical industry. These are highly important areas with substantial potential. You hope to look into this area more closely with a view to prepare concrete projects. We are also honored to announce that we will hold the third Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Summit Forum in Istanbul in April 2021. You are looking forward to working with Turkey to make this summit a productive and successful one. I think the event today is a successful one, isn't it, Excellency Minister for Trade? No? Well, pursue the project.
Yes, it was indeed very, very successful. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Okay. We'll pursue the projects Africa and Turkey decide to take into consideration the real needs of African countries with their economic and commercial returns, with a view of an advanced cooperation in promoting institutional relations between Turkey and African countries. As the African Union, we also continue to support bilateral dialogue between Turkey and individual African countries through various joint platforms like the Joint Economic Commission and Business Councils. You thank Turkey's Ministry of Trade and Foreign Affairs Relations Board, DEİK, for the cooperation. You are looking forward to working with them in the future to improve and deepen relations between Turkey and Africa. I thank you.
Evet. Teşekkürler Sayın Komiser.
Thank you, His Excellency Commissioner, distinguished members of the press, distinguished participants. I would like to say that I'm very happy to be with each and every one of you on the occasion of the online Turkey-Africa Economy and Business Forum. The Turkey-Africa Business Forum is being organized since 2016, and we had to organize it this year as online due to the pandemic. This activity, this online activity, is actually the preparation phase or a precursor of the Turkey-Africa Economy and Business Forum to be held in spring 2021. I would like to thank Commissioner for Economic Affairs of the African Union Commission and his team for helping us to organize this. We have 2,500 participants from 81 African countries. Some of them are business people, and We have representation at the ministerial level from 22 countries, 4 deputy ministers and 2 high-level representatives. And we also have speakers in our panels. Today, the main theme was Turkey-Africa strong partnerships in the post-pandemic world. In the ministerial meeting, we had the opportunity to discuss in detail various issues, as was underlined by the Commissioner, His Excellency Commissioner. This proved to be a very, very successful meeting. We had the opportunity to discuss the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on global economy and global trade and its repercussions on the African continent and the new measures to be taken to develop trade. The pandemic showed us how important it is to ensure continuous, uninterrupted flow in the production and supply processes. So the importance of ACFTA has become evident once again for the continent. We understood once again how important collaboration and solidarity are. In this respect, we discussed together with the ministers of the participating countries how we could further enhance collaboration between Turkey and African countries. Through this event, we had the opportunity to focus on concrete projects together with the ministers and the representatives of the regional organizations. I would like to, first of all, focus on some of these projects. The first one is Turkey-Africa Investment Portal and e-commerce platform. We are planning to aiming for developing an investment portal between Turkey and African countries. The portal will include details such as product and company info, information on legislation. In addition to this, in addition to the forum that will take place next year, we also would like to establish an e-commerce platform between Turkey and Africa. This is also one of our areas of priority. Another platform is the Turkey-Africa Health Partnership Platform. By establishing a joint platform between Turkey and Africa medical supply platform, our companies will play an active role in Africa in the fields of medical equipment, hospital establishment, and management. We are going to initiate a comprehensive and permanent collaboration in this field. Turkey-Africa Women Leadership Platform. A dialogue platform that will bring together women leaders from Turkey and Africa is another project that we attach importance to. So through this project, we will initiate activities such as Turkey-Africa Women CEO Forum. This will help us exchange know-how and experience. Contacts between the business world through the business fora and through opening offices both in DEİK, Foreign Economic Relations Board, and in the African Union, we will offer representation, and we will share the good news with you in the forum that will be held in April 2021. Other issues will be covered in the joint declaration and will be shared with public. Well, there is a trade volume of $26.2 billion between Turkey and African countries. Turkish investments amount to $6 billion in the continent, and around $70 billion worth contracting projects have been completed to date. Turkey will be one of the countries recovering the fastest after this pandemic. And Turkey will continue to be one of the most dynamic actors in the region and in global economy. It's our wish to improve and develop our relations with African countries in the best way possible. Our commercial and economic relations with African countries are based on mutual benefit and sustainability. So, as Turkey, we see that we contribute to economic development of many brother countries in Africa, and we will continue our work to achieve this goal. The Turkey-Africa Economic and Business Forum, held since 2016, is an important leg of this work. In 2021, we hope to hold the summit face-to-face, and until the summit, we hope to have completed a significant amount of our work. We hope to see guests from many different countries of Africa in the summit to be held in 2021. Thank you very much for being with us today. I also would like to take the opportunity to thank His Excellency Commissioner for having helped us organize this online edition. And I hope that we will be able to organize our face-to-face summit in 2021, and wish you a good day.
Since 1985, we have been pursuing business opportunities throughout the world by embracing this motto: more trade. Everything began with these two words. It was then that the Turkish private sector united to adopt a joint vision, and I was given my name. Well, who am I? I am a business platform that is empowered by my founding institutions, business councils, counterpart organizations, and members pursuing business opportunities all around the world, uniting all of my stakeholders. I am DEİK. DEİK has become the locomotive organization of our private sector. 2019, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Well, what do I do? Exports, imports, inward and outward investments, manufacturing, and so much more. I establish new bonds and relations through business forums, B2B meetings, roundtable meetings, conferences, panel discussions, and summits across the world. I have been vigorously striving to strengthen the dynamics of the economy, steering the world's wind of change, and enhancing interactions within the private sector. Hence, I generate major contributions to my members and to the private sector with the mission I carry. I reunite Turkish business people living all around the world under a common objective. With each passing day, people, countries, and even the continents come closer. The balances of international trade are rapidly changing, while the world economy is also being reshaped. I am not trying to keep pace with this change. I am steering this change because I consider trade not as an instrument of war, but as a tool of developing societies, glamorizing the world, and contributing to the advancement of technologies that preserve and protect nature. Therefore, I am Turkey's global horizon. I am carrying Turkey's strength to the world. Now it is time to act together. I want to make business with you through my 146 business councils. I am a business platform empowered by my members. Because our mission is business diplomacy.
Us today, as this is the latest session of today is the first day of African Business Forum. And let me introduce first myself. I'm the moderator of this session as the Dr. Uğur Yasin Asal, and head of the Political Science and International Relations Department at Istanbul Commerce University. Today, we are very excited also as the university and the collaboration of DEİK. We have already written the report on trade impact of African Continental Free Trade Agreement to the Turkey and Turkey business and its reflections we will see. This is why today the session is also important for all of us. And before doing deepened analysis on the impacts of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to the all sides, all businesses, not just Turkey, but also the third countries, I do wish to start to get your perspective of how and why African Union and African free trade, continental free trade area has become to this point. Why there was a need to build this agreement?
Thank you again for inviting me. Well, the objectives of the agreement are really long-standing from the time of the Organization of African Unity, and the bigger vision is that, or the overarching vision is that of an integrated Africa. We want to see an Africa that is no longer characterized by market fragmentation, an Africa where we overcome smallness of national economies, where we enhance our economies of scale, where we improve our regional and global competitiveness, where we develop a single rulebook for trade and investment. These are some of our key objectives when we are striving towards an integrated market in Africa. More importantly, what this agreement will help us to achieve is a long-standing objective of industrial development in Africa, of breaking down and dismantling the colonial economic model that we inherited, which continues to exist, to ensure that we move away from over-reliance on the export of primary products and primary commodities to value-added production, so that Africa becomes a competitive player in the productive sector across the global economy.
And thank you very much for this introduction, His Excellency Wonkele. And I do wish to continue how the agreement will impact both into interior commerce between African countries, and why the authority would like to set this agreement to enhance the skills of African countries.
Well, at the moment, intra-Africa trade is very low. It is at 18% is the best figure that I have seen. And within that 18%, the bulk of that trade is in primary products. So we have got a challenge to significantly increase intra-Africa trade and to make sure that we want to double intra-Africa trade by the year 2035. And not just double it, but we also want to make sure that the type of trade that happens in Africa is on the basis of value addition, that we specialize in our export capacity, and that we enhance our competitiveness in the area of trade and services, whether we're talking about financial services, telecommunication services. All of these things are very important. These are different components of contributing to enhanced and improved intra-Africa trade, so that as we break down the barriers that constrain intra-Africa trade, at the same time, we address the challenge of industrial development in Africa.
And thank you very much, His Excellency. Also, as we all globally living the era of COVID-19, unfortunately, this was also a huge effect on the role and function and the process of African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And in most particularly for your side, both your organization and your personal view, how COVID-19 affects the process of implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement?
Like the rest of the world, the impact on Africa has been very negative. We had scheduled that we will start trading under the preferences of the African Continental Free Trade Area from the 1st of July this year. But of course, because of COVID-19, we could not start that trading as we had intended on the 1st of July this year. And now the new trading date is the 1st of January 2021. And we are working, we have had to adopt new ways of working, virtual means of conducting trade negotiations, which of course are not ideal. But given the context that we are in, this is what we have to do. There is a recent World Bank publication that projected that Africa's growth will contract by between 2 and 5.1%, sub-Saharan Africa, this year in 2020. We know that a significant part of that contraction in trade will be in the area of services, the hospitality, travel, airlines industry. That is where the services industry of Africa, it will suffer the most, and it will cause a contraction in overall GDP and growth. So the positive growth trajectory that we were on, which was at around between 4 and 4.5% per annum last year, obviously will not materialize this year because of COVID-19. Even from an export capacity point of view, our exports have declined by over 30% since COVID-19 started. And all of these things, of course, have a materially adverse impact on Africa's economic development, and in particular, a materially adverse impact on the AfCFTA and the work that we are trying to do to boost intra-Africa trade. However, we will continue to on the path that we were in, which is to liberalize intra-Africa trade. I think, if anything, COVID-19 demonstrates that we need to do two things. One is we need to relook at Africa's intellectual property rights regime and make an assessment as to whether our intellectual property rights regime, I'm talking here about patents, whether it facilitates fighting pandemics such as COVID-19. And second, whether our intellectual property rights regime facilitates our objective for industrial development, and in particular in the area of establishing the generic drug industry in Africa. These are valuable lessons that I think we have to learn from. And the last point I would make on this is that with COVID-19, we've seen obviously a disruption in global supply chains.
Exactly.
That means that Africa has got to relook. We've got to relook at our global supply chains and reconfigure our own regional value chains to be more self-sufficient.
And in that sense, His Excellency, that the e-commerce and e-export has shown its capacity and the very effective performance in the meantime of COVID-19. And how do you see that the role of ACFTA to the developing the skills of African countries on e-export and e-commerce particularly?
Well, in the next phase of our negotiations, we are going to negotiate e-commerce and digital trade. COVID-19 once again has demonstrated that with the disruption in global supply chains, there are new methods of economic activity that have emerged. For example, we know that now there are digital pharmacies. We know that now you can visit your doctor, your physician remotely. All of these new areas of economic activity require a legal basis. They require a regulatory environment, a regulatory framework to govern how digital trade and e-commerce will take place, protecting consumers, ensuring affordability of the service that is provided, and a range of other regulatory principles that have got to be considered where we want to leapfrog into digital trade. And I think that we are moving in that direction. Certainly the global economy is moving in that direction. So our task is to establish the regulatory framework for this digital trade to take place in a manner that advances our economic objectives. That is going to be a very big focus of our work in the next few months.
And also, let me ask that the African Continental Free Trade Area has any agenda to may support the growth of e-commerce of African countries to the third parties?
Well, it's actually in many parts of the African continent, it is already happening. We know, for example, that there are farmers in Rwanda who are, women farmers of tobacco who export their products abroad using digital platforms. We know that in Kenya, those exporters of cut flowers also use digital platforms to access markets in Europe. So it is this e-commerce is already happening. It is not happening, of course, at the degree to which we would like it to happen, but I think that is largely because of an absence of a regulatory framework, an absence of a regulatory framework that will actually encourage investment in e-commerce, in digital platforms to happen. Another consideration for why we have to move rapidly towards a framework for digital trade in Africa is because it will enable us as Africa to position ourselves for the fourth industrial revolution, to prepare ourselves for the disruptions that will come with the fourth industrial revolution, the Internet of Things, big data, additive printing, and a range of other challenges that will come with the fourth industrial revolution. And so we've got, from a legal regulatory framework, we have to be prepared for the challenges of of digital trade.
Mm-hmm. And I do believe that the digital infrastructure and digital trade will also help to reach SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of both the UN and the related authorities, because it is also green support. I mean, you don't use any material from wood or any other roles. That also helps us for the Sustainable Development Goals of the world authorities, both G7, G20, and African Union, European Union as well. And how do you see the ACFTA will most help on which sectors will be most benefited in the African countries?
It depends. It depends on a country's export profile. It depends on a regional's export profile. It depends on the regional value chains that each region or country decides to focus on. But in the area of trade and services, we are starting with five priority sectors to liberalize. That is financial services, construction services, tourism services, distribution services, and so on. And then we will liberalize the remainder of the services sectors in a second segment of liberalization. Trade in goods is, of course, important, or merchandise trade is very important. There is no specific sector that we're focusing in, except to say that in 15 years' time, the objective is that over 90% of Africa's products should be traded at zero duties amongst state parties of the AFCFTA. So this is, and you cannot choose a sector from that 97% of overall economic activity. It is not advised to prioritize a certain particular sector. We will approach it comprehensively because of the interconnectedness of different sectors of a country's economy.
And also, His Excellency, how do you see and project the role of AFCFTA on the public and private relations? I mean, as we see, we are living an era of crisis, both economically, both politically, both military, whatever you would like to. But the age is absolutely an era for crisis. And state subsidize and the role of state on economy mostly strengthen itself by using the stimulus packages on the sustaining economy. And as we know that will be also continue in the next close future. And in that sense, how do you see the role of AFCFTA on the public and private sector relations? You can also detail.
This trade agreement has been negotiated to ensure that private sector economic activity in Africa is made more efficient and more affordable. When we break down the barriers to intra-Africa investment, when we break down the tariff barriers to intra-Africa trade, non-tariff barriers to intra-Africa trade, the result is that you create opportunities for investment and for enhanced economic activity because you are opening new markets for the private sector. So the private sector is the other pillar of this AFCFTA. Without the private sector, there would be no AFCFTA. And so we are going to establish a dialogue with the private sector, an ongoing properly structured dialogue, so that as we implement this agreement, we are able to immediately observe where the challenges are, where private sector continues to experience constraints. Our job will be to make sure that consistent with the objectives of the agreement, we make it easier for private sector to do business on the African continent. The other part of your question that you asked about the impact of COVID-19, and as I said earlier, I think what we're seeing is many developed countries are in a position to provide very substantial economic relief packages to reignite growth in their economies. The United States is now going to soon be over $6 trillion worth of a stimulus package. The European Union is at about $800 billion euros in an economic relief package. Many countries in Africa are not in a position to do that.
Yes.
They don't have the monetary policy space. They don't have the fiscal policy space to provide these large bailouts. And so for us, aggressively implementing this AFCFTA is our stimulus package, because we want to boost intra-Africa trade so that intra-Africa trade becomes the driver of economic activity and economic recovery in Africa year on year from 2021. That is Africa's economic recovery plan, its implementation of the AFCFTA.
Very nice. And I do understand from your this very good response that AFCFTA will have a monitoring center of the economic recovery, economic growth, and economic process of the member countries, isn't it?
Well, we will have to work closely with our partners. We will have to work closely with the African Development Bank, with Afrexim Bank, as we monitor how the agreement is being implemented and the impact that is going to have on continued economic growth in Africa, because we are not, of course, we don't have a mandate for monetary policy and fiscal policy, but we work with partners who do, as a matter of mandate, consider those factors.
And also let us move the impact of this agreement to the third countries, particularly Turkey, as DEİK organizing this Turkey-Africa Business Forum, and also African chapter and African chair of DEİK is so active to make these events and also to wrote this report both together with the Istanbul Commerce University on the impact of Turkish businesses. And what's your first projection that this agreement will impact the Turkish business side?
What the agreement does for investors, whether you are talking about intra-Africa investment or foreign investment, is that you now have a single set of rules for trade and for investment. You will know if you have a presence, a commercial presence in East Africa, the same rules will apply if you expand your presence to West Africa. So across the African continent, we will be applying the same rules. If you are an exporter of components for automobiles, you will know what the value addition requirement is for all African countries who are state parties to the agreement. So you will have better legal certainty, better predictability of the market that you are entering in, then that will facilitate ease of doing business in Africa. The second important pillar, second important point is that we will now have a dispute settlement mechanism for resolving all disputes that may arise under the agreement, provided, of course, they are covered by the scope of the agreement. We will now have a dispute settlement protocol that will be comprised by adjudicators who have the technical experience, who will be impartial, and who will adjudicate on the matter with the requisite expertise for trade and investment. This is a significant difference from where we were before the agreement entered into force, because we did not have a continental tool for resolving disputes that relate to trade and investment. Now we have that, and again, we hope that it will attract investment, not only from Turkey, of course, other parts of the world, but I think it's very important to point out that we are now, through this agreement, we are addressing some of the core challenges of doing business on the African continent.
And thank you very much, His Excellency. Now we have a question from our attendees that Mr. Erhan Barutçoğlu would like to ask. The question is, What is the time frame scheduled to complete the corresponding framework and infrastructure for ACFTA, considering that this is a wide cross-border operations? And he asks that what are the main challenges foreseen in the short term?
At the moment, there are 28 countries that have ratified the agreement. Out of 55 countries, there are 54 who have signed the agreement. And so we have made very good progress, very, very good progress. This is the fastest instrument to be ratified in the history of the African Union. We are negotiating in two phases. Phase one is trade in goods and trade in services. And phase two is intellectual property rights, investment, and competition. These are the next areas of negotiation that we will tackle. There will be very significant and big challenges. There will be challenges related to institutional capacity to implement the agreement. There will be challenges related to a country's readiness to implement the agreement. There will be, of course, challenges that are institutional, related to institution building for ourselves as a secretariat. So all of these things, I expect that we will experience these types of challenges, because any region that embarks on this road of market integration experiences similar challenges. We know this to be the case with the European Union 50 years ago, and the regional integration challenges that the European Union went through over 5 decades. So we don't expect that it's going to be an easy road. Certainly it will be very daunting, but we have now taken the legal and the political commitment to move forward with our market integration objectives.
And thank you very much for this inclusive response that you all mentioned, that Mr. Erhan Barutoğlu has already asked what he would like to learn. And also we have another question from Abdelhamid Abdelkerim Mahamat, and he's studying computer engineering at Karabük University in Turkey. That he has a question that the bilateral trade between Africa and Turkey is in lower comparing to other partners. And what are your advice for African diaspora who are studying or living in Turkey? That's a good question. In order to increase the economic relations between Africa and Turkey, as AFCFTA, we provide a great opportunity to boost the economic relations between not just African countries, but also Turkey and other partners.
Well, it's a multi-dimensional question. On the diaspora side, of course, the diaspora is an important segment of the African Union. The diaspora often has access to global capital markets, to global expertise, and all of those things are required to build an integrated market. And I have been in discussions already with a number of formations that want to see how diaspora formations that want to see how they can make a contribution to the African continental free trade area. In respect of economic relations between Africa and Turkey, what I would say is that, of course, we are not, as the AFCFTA Secretariat, we are not a customs union. And so we don't trade as a singular block with Turkey or any other country. Individual African countries have direct relations with direct trade relations with Turkey, and that is going to continue. It's not going to stop because of the AFCFTA. What I would say is that, of course, our role, our mandate is to ensure that where there are investors from Turkey who are interested in investing on the African continent, that they are doing so in a manner that is mutually beneficial. They meet the rules of origin requirements, and are able to invest and do business on the continent.
And thank you very much, His Excellency Wamkele. Let me ask a question. We have few minutes to end up the session. That the role of commercial diplomacy on executing these agreements, both in African countries to the third parties, as DEİK also has a mission that the business is commercial diplomacy. Our business is commercial diplomacy is the motto of DEİK as well. And how do you suggest the Turkish businessmen and women, business persons, that how they should launch their relations with the African Continental Free Trade Area and agreements?
I am very open to having discussions with Turkish business people, Turkish investors, to advise them how they can benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area. I have already alluded to issues that relate to rules of origin that will apply both to trade in services and also trade in goods, where a business person or an investor would like to come to invest in an AFCFTA state party. My door is open to facilitate such a engagement with individual state parties, either directly or indirectly. And I am looking forward to a good collaboration with Turkey and Turkish investors.
And thank you very much. And we have another question. Maybe it will be the last one, because I do not want to stay as long as possible. Just the last one is the 12th extraordinary session of the African Union from Onaletat Tautana of African Continental Free Trade Agreement was called to launch the new agreement into its operational phase. As its launched, 5 operational instruments that will govern the AFCFTA were activated on a digital payment system was one of them. And how will the agreement facilitate the digital payment system, and what are they doing to aid startups? That's a really good question, with ambitions to provide payments covering the whole free trade area.
We have an ambition to make sure that when trading under the AFCFTA and you are transacting, that you are able to transfer funds from Ghana to Kenya. You send Ghana cedis, the recipient receives Kenyan shillings, so that we avoid the cost of converting to the dollar before you can actually do the transaction itself. So we want to make sure that we reduce the cost of trade and transactions. We make trade and transactions more affordable across the African continent, more accessible to millions and millions of Africans. And we are working in this, I'm happy to say, we're working on this with AfrEximbank, who are going to invest in the establishment of a payments and settlement platform for Africa to support implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are also in discussions with other private sector formations who are interested to be part of this payments and settlement platform, and as a portal, as a trade portal for improving intra-Africa trade. We are, of course, willing to talk to any party that feels that they can contribute to this platform. It's going to be quite expensive because the settlements have to be backed up. So there has to be liquidity for backing up the settlements. But we believe that it is going to significantly enhance implementation of the AFCFTA.
And thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Vamkelemene, for your joining us today and sharing your distinguished thoughts and ideas and projections of the agreement in the upcoming future. And thanks to the also attendees and participants. These are all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And a special thanks to the DEİK and Foreign Economic Board of Turkey as the Turkey Africa Business Council, and thanks all the staff for organizing this distinguished event. And I do wish and believe that the agreement will also make a closer ties between Turkish business and African business, both continentally and also both particularly by the side of countries. And thank you very much again for joining us. And I do wish a good evening to all participants and to all members of this session.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.